Sometimes there's a slight delay before now recording, and I worry that something has happened to him. I worry that something is wrong with my robot boy.
He's on
Um,
strike.
yeah. Um, okay. What happened? Well, after the chaos of the attack by seemingly cleric Angelus, everybody got back to the hotel in the sanctuary and was trying to kind of like recover and push on with their lives. People did some shopping and got some new stuff. Managed to pull Gof away from his big project for a couple minutes, as well as finding out that Gof had contacted May, which was news to Cal since she was not paying attention, but everybody else heard. Um, and after a rather interesting way of reaching out. May has now joined the sanctuary, signed the documents and everything to work as a uh, junior arcanist consultant on the current project. And uh, tomorrow in game is when she will be kind of working on that and helping to create the device that will track down Mortital's ampule, the very dangerous device that has been seemingly stolen. Um, and yeah, what else happened? Cal was like, I'm gonna get some answers on Cleric Angelus. I'm gonna go talk to um, Grand Mage Crown. It was a very enlightening talk that gave a lot of information and a lot of very interesting things. But it seems like whenever Crown has stressful conversations, um, uh, I say appears to be stolen because it's like, who the fuck knows where it is? Um, huh? Huh?
I'm
Um,
fucking watching you.
um, uh, I will say, there was an attack on the sanctuary, and then it was missing, and nobody ever like follow. You guys never followed up on it. Other characters did, but your characters were like, "Yeah, we just kind of like, yeah, it's missing. Sure, we'll find it." um, um, uh, Crown has it and has simply forgotten about it in his magically induced dementia. Maybe. That would be a very fun plot twist for like the entire season arc. It's in my bottom drawer. What's this doing here? Um uh where was I? Yes. Um Cal unfortunately found out that when Crown, with his debilitating condition, has very stressful conversations, tends to lose track of reality and perhaps get a little angry. So he yelled at Cal, mistaking her for someone from his war days, probably a former girlfriend of her abbot Tinnitus. Um, and after leaving the meeting, had a panic attack in the hallways. Fortunately, everyone was there to help her and got her back to safety where they could help calm her down and get her back to a place of uh, wholeness and wellness. And it is here in Metal's room with everyone still around her. Cal has now reached a point where she is, okay, if perhaps slightly fragile. And that is where we will open. Collagenous, you seem to be doing better? Is that right?
I, yeah, I think, I, I think so.
Okay. Well, you just gotta remember that you are great and we all love you and you are safe here with me because I will fight any bad guys.
You weren't able to do very much in the previous situation, but I appreciate the offer.
That's because he was yelling. If he was like, "I'm gonna fight you," I would have bit the shit out of him. But I know you
Cal
don't want
does
me.
giggle at that.
I know you don't want me to swear, but yeah.
You're allowed in cases like these.
But
No, sure. Hopefully no one's offended by that. By my son
I'm
saying
sorry
butts.
if anyone is offended by butts. I'm sorry. I
Metal,
don't mean
you're
to
not
offend
offended by
anyone.
butts.
No, I don't think it's a great sign, but yeah, no, it's fine.
Well, look, like Kekano's saying, you know, we're your friends. We care about you. And if you fucking want to stay here, well, maybe not in here because it's not your room, but like you want to stay and be
You can
safe.
stay in here
and
if you want to. You know, this is kind of the communal room for everybody. This is where
we
the
have an
tea is.
office for that.
We do have an office. The office isn't very homey, you know? Maybe we need to get some like decorations or throw pillows or something like that.
Sure, we can do that. Collegians, you're one for sewing and clothes and stuff. Maybe we could fucking get a wardrobe in there.
All right. That is very kind of both of you, but
And I think she does look at May, and then she says,
I have work to do. It's better to get through my work. And then it's sooner that I will never have to deal with this again.
Sorry, has Cal told them exactly what happened, or do we just know that?
Yeah. We're abstracting that happened.
Okay, cool.
Kekano gave, I think, immediate, like, sad, and then, like, I'd say probably just before we cut back into dialogue, that Cal was able to, like, give, I don't know, she has a pretty good memory, probably a very near verbatim recap.
Cool.
Also, it would be hilarious if you decorated your offices and made it very cozy into your style, because you do share
It's
it
shared.
with the other detective team.
We
They're just not
workspace.
here right now.
Surprise, Grumble.
Surprise, Grumble. Your desk is our sewing table.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
We put a spider in the drawers.
Yeah. Brings out.
I reckon May is probably going to say something along the lines of like, well, if we're not going to take this to the Sanctuary HR, then I suppose we should get on with the day.
I will tell Tone.
It's more the political scandal that this might cause is something I'd like to perhaps sleep on before I inflict it.
Sorry, another question. When Cal was telling them this, would May have found out about his condition?
I feel like Fish would be like, he's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's probably in universe about when May finds
Yeah.
out, because
Okay.
May has like kind of like heard things, but this is probably like this is what's going on. This is as far as we can figure out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so she understands obviously what the political scandal means. That's all. Yeah. Cool.
And I
think-
would have say, Cal would have also been like, he had a minder who he dismissed. He could have brought in Tone or Ridgeback, who he did not. He decided to sequester me alone in his personal rooms for some fucking reason. And being like, yeah, he has he is sick, but also he deliberately went, fuck you, safety mechanisms, and chose to do this anyways.
And again, he probably isn't aware that they are safety mechanisms, but, you know, still not great. And to his perspective, he was doing like it needed to be kind of a sequestered meeting because it was like state secrets, but it's also like, hey, you're not actually the Grand Mage anymore. You probably shouldn't be alone divulging state secrets regardless.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. May's just gonna stand up, like in the like, well, let's move on out sort of way.
Move on. Right. Danielle, you had things that you were gonna look at. Do you want to still do that? Is that what you mean by work?
That is what I meant. I'll spend the rest of the day doing, well, what research I can handle and some sewing. But I'd like as many of you as I can to work on investigating these sites.
Now, when you say research, does that mean track days getting involved?
In what?
Who's track days?
That doesn't matter. In what?
Right, of course, you haven't met yet. I think you'll really like Jamal.
A fellow lover of knowledge, perhaps?
Oh, yes, and very tall.
In what?
Okay. May's just like, all right, couldn't care less.
Metal is
You
like,
got him,
you know,
man. Metal, I don't know what you're doing.
you know, tall, like you like them.
Yeah.
Does that mean we want to bring Jamal along? with
No.
us?
No, he has already been traumatized enough this week.
It wasn't.
Maybe it could be
When was he?
helpful.
What was that? Like his first fight or something?
Fish, I
Yes.
think that was his first fight, yes. I think that's the first time he's ever like killed somebody. Like it was a zombie thing, but yeah, I think no, it was kind of.
I'm nodding.
All right. Well, whatever. This isn't the track date hour. Let's just get our shit together and go and do the thing, the whatever
we'll
it is.
What time is it right now? How long did this panic attack cooldown go?
I'd say panic attack cooldown was probably like half an hour. So
Okay.
you're,
No, we still have hours.
you still have a couple hours. It's the kind of thing where Metal can still be with you for this first trip, as long as it's like not super long or things don't go wrong. So it's just kind of a question of like, where do you want to go first to have Metal's expertise? And I mean that not just in being like her opinion, but also like, she's an elementalist. It's like, oh, well, two of the potential temple locations have like potential structural problems that you might want to check out. The Hollow Graves is supposed to not be doing well if you want her to go there. She'll be able to tell you like how likely something is to collapse, as well as her personal opinion.
Saving Hollow Graves is a separate adventure, but maybe it like kind of comes up depending on timing today. Because originally I was like, oh, because I'll need May there, and I'm like, oh no, I have May. Okay, well, cool. But I think that's the lowest on her priority list because honestly,
Fair enough.
Pagan. Or not Pagan, Angela's could absolutely be here, and she's like, I don't want another fucking rematch. But yeah, no, she would just
Not
want
much of a
to.
rematch.
Yeah, it is. No, she just wants to hit a site or two before Metal has to leave, and I think she would explain that she'll see as much as she can do today, and if she needs to like retreat, then that'll be the point where she'll switch into like they'll break for lunch, and then she'll see if she needs to switch to research and sewing and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, so you are, above the table. You're gonna wait on talking to Tone about such things until like later today / tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Cal would not have the fucking resilience to deal with Tone.
I mean, it depends. I will say Tone at his best and like most helpful, she could probably deal with. Tone at his worst, absolutely not. She does not have the energy right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be prepared for
Well-
all circumstances.
I feel like Metal would bring up, Tone as a possibility. Like, oh, you're not going to talk to Tone right now, and Fish would say, oh yeah, we'll all go with you.
Yeah, I think maybe you all go with her and
You too. Yeah.
What?
Well,
You think your personal relationship with him might get in the way?
No,
You know,
use the personal relationship.
it's possible that it might do more harm than good, and there's also this issue of like, I know Grand Mage Crown personally, and I don't want that to influence things too much. I mean, yeah, if you want me to be there, I'll absolutely be there. It's just I'm not totally sure that would be helpful.
You don't want to.
Cal,
We're a team.
Look,
you don't want
I've
to.
gotta-
yeah,
I've gotta-
Kelsey, like, I think insight this being like, I'm not fucking forcing you. And honestly is like, Fish is pushing this way harder than I am. So just wants to like insight of being like,
give me an insight check.
I'll also.
Yeah.
12.
12 Carl.
12 buddies. With a 12 for each of you, I think you both get like, oh, she's actually like nervous to talk to Tone or be around Tone for some reason. I think 12 is enough to be like, has she been avoiding Tone lately?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I actually know, but it kind of feels like it. And with a 12, it probably crosses your mind that there may be other considerations of like, she's got a thing with her aunt today, and she's probably not sure how long that's going to be. And if it's tomorrow she said she had to go back to the sensitive and like didn't elaborate on anything like that. So it's kind of like, no, well, maybe that's part of it. It's this kind of thing of like, is she busy or is she avoiding Tone? Because it feels like she's avoiding Tone. I don't think a 12 is high enough for either of you to be like, oh, there's definitely an issue there. I think it's just kind of like, is there an issue there?
It's just, I think there's
kind
an
of in your
issue.
gut.
They've decided that it's like she's just so caught up in her aunt shit.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
I think Cal would look at her and be like, it's fine. You don't have to. And May, I'm not sure you want to. This may turn to a verbal altercation, and I don't know if you want to be associated to that when you are so new to the sanctuary.
Lyric, my only concern is your well-being. I could give less of a damn what they think of me as long as my money still comes in ultimately at the end of the day.
Cal tilts her head affection with affection is like, if
And to
That
be
is
clear,
what
even
I
if the
do.
money doesn't come in, then I haven't really lost anything anyway, because I still haven't gotten it. So
He does tend to hold grudges.
you may have a permanent mark on your record.
I will say maybe, but he's good about contracts, I guess. So, hopefully, you'll get the money and everything, and then it's like, hey, we don't want to work with you anymore, as like a worst case scenario,
well, there are worse things to happen. And May is gonna like hands on her hips, be like, look, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm already concerned about how they're running their state of affairs here, and I don't see the point of pretending it's all okay when they've got someone incapable of withholding what I assume would be state secrets. And if they're not happy to take on that feedback, then they're not necessarily the sort of person I want to work with anyway.
Well, if you wanted to declare war, I've already done it. So
Well, I didn't say
don't
war.
mind. You don't mind harming your reputation? I know Fish doesn't. Then we'll.
Cleric, my
work with
reputation is quite minimal outside of a very small group of niche academics. So
I don't. Is that really true? You seem.
Goph knew you. Goph
Big.
liked you.
yes, and he's part of a very small group of niche academics.
He talks a lot, though. He probably will tell everyone he knows about you.
That's true, and historically, I think Goph has had really good taste. You know, I think if he vouches for you, it's a really good thing.
Fish jostles May's shoulder and goes, "Oh my god, you're gonna love this." In his workshop, he's got a letter from China Sorrows.
The China Sorrows.
Yeah.
Well, as long as Gerd likes me. That's the main thing.
Anyways, the point is, if we want to go on team aggressive confrontation, maybe Metal and Kekano stay here.
I'm not particularly good at confrontation, but
No.
my aunt would say that I've already ruined my reputation. So if there's anything that you need, I'm here for you.
Thank you.
And
And
Kekano's
also,
gonna be here for you as well.
will bite. I will bite.
Yeah.
I'm nice and I'm very cute, but I got chompers, you know?
You are nice, you are cute, you've got such chompers.
Thank you. They're big. Ah.
The
See?
cleric, I'm not advocating that we go in literally pulling weapons, but I think we're well within our rights to be
Me
stubborn.
neither.
No, please
Fine.
don't. But please don't pull weapons.
He
on
will.
the
He will.
administrator.
May, are you familiar with his discipline? That he is a sensitive that can control other people?
Is Ray familiar with this?
Give me a history check,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna set the DC pretty high because I think it's pretty
Well, it's
unlikely.
already not too hot. That's an 8.
Okay.
Well, you
I-
know now.
I think with an 8, yeah, I don't think you've ever heard of him.
I'm sorry.
Is-
What did Cal actually say?
He said, "Are you aware that he of his discipline? He's a sensitive that can control people."
That's news to me, cleric, but it doesn't make me any less concerned about your well-being. I'm with you.
No, I imagine that would maybe make you more concerned.
Yes, actually, yes.
Yeah,
it does.
Danier, I don't know why you thought that was gonna help.
Well, let's just get this over with.
Yeah. Look, whatever you need us to do.
Mm.
Stand in the back, pretend to be Isle.
All right, I'll find my pair of beast boots, shall I?
I can also, do that, just kind of not talk and give support.
Mm.
Would that be
Fish.
helpful?
Yeah. What?
Oh, I was just going to suggest if you sit on my shoulders, then we can achieve.
Oh, yeah. No, that's probably about aisle height.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sure,
Gotta be careful with
Kekano
door frames.
could go in your head. We'll, wrap your jacket around your face so it looks like you've got no face, but Kekano is your face.
Mm.
Look, anyone who wants to attend can. If you don't, you don't have to. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't want Tone to think he can silence or intimidate me out of reporting this.
Mm.
He fucking can't. We're with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's get this over with so I don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. And then we'll go and do... What is it? Looking for your temple.
Temple sites, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Should we do
Mhm.
like a hands in for the team?
May, do you want to do a hands in?
My hands like.
Detective team.
Yeah.
Like the team, yeah.
Callum
that
Callum
felt
had
good.
way too much attention on her, and you can tell she's itching with let's get this over with, and then we'll never talk about my feelings ever again.
I would like to roll insight to see how well Fish can tell. 21.
She's not
Whoa!
hiding it at all.
Okay, then Fish looks at her, realizes that this is happening, and goes, "Oh, I will ignore you for your own mental health."
And then
Hands off.
Kekano comes up to you as you're all leaving and goes, "Dad, I was wondering the entire time. What is HR? Is it a spelling thing?"
Human
know what that
resources.
Oh,
It's when they use people for things.
Oh, okay. Like hat stands? Like, you know how Isle did that bit where she was like, "I'm a coat rack," and then we put your different sweaters on her arms and legs. Like, that's human resources.
Think tractate, you know?
Okay, tall people. Tall people are human resources. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I got it.
We can listen, unless I get called up by them in any recent in the near future, I don't think you need to have an explanation better than that.
Fishy is going to get called by HR for flirting with somebody.
Which is the joke.
Hilarious thing. There is no actual HR in the sanctuary.
No.
Which is what this whole conversation is about. HR is absolutely something that is handled by the
It's
administrative
Metal putting
staff.
on a different hat.
Yeah, there's like a junior administrator who's like technically in charge of like personnel issues. That's like the closest thing to HR. But yeah, it's not a formal thing here. You'll probably notice power is kind of centralized in the sanctuary. It goes through very few people.
Bekino, you don't need to worry about them. They're not coming for you.
Okay. But if Jamal is coming for me and he's like, "I'm HR," then I run. Or do I bite?
Yes. In
Okay.
fact, whenever you see him, maybe.
I'm not gonna do that, Dad. He's gotta yell HR.
Okay. When he yells HR.
Yes.
When?
Then it is okay.
Yes. May, don't you. This is my parenting style.
This is
Oh,
probably
definitely not.
entirely.
I mean, that was LA, but
private
I know,
conversation.
but I knew it would make everyone laugh. So you see. Anyway,
You step out into the hall and there's a little bit more hustle and bustle as the day is kind of picking up. And you arrive in the administrator's office. You get through and find the door closed, but just as you're approaching Administrator Tone's office, the door opens and one of the administration staff bustles out with some paperwork and looks up and makes eye contact with you.
you can tell me what role this is, but Fish sticks out their ankle for them to trip over.
The person rushing out who has
Yeah.
nothing to do with this? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Give me... They would be distracted, so I don't think it's straight up an attack roll, but give me a sleight of hand. We'll say that's also sleight of foot.
The reasoning for this is that if this fucker falls down, then we can just slip on by. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Boop, 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 doo.
Light of
Uh,
foot.
The staff member absolutely eats shit. You manage to just kind of hook his ankle a little bit, so he falls, spills his papers everywhere, and doesn't even look to see what he trips on. Is just like trying to claw together documents into a stack. You do see Tone is like through the beads, you know, his face is turned towards you, the equivalent of his eye contact. And you think that this guy may not have noticed, but Tone might have.
Oh shit! Oh my god, dude, that sucks. Get it in the office. Go in the office. Go. Oh man, do you need a hand? Oh
Okay,
no.
And you hustle into the office. Do you does anybody like close the door behind them? Does Fish sneak in at the last minute, or is Fish just like out of the conversation?
Fish like does not bother to actually sort papers, but like just grabs a pile of shit and is like, "Here, I helped." Ducks in,
Yeah.
shuts door.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cal would wait for Fish being like, "You're you were my attorney last time, and I have some weird misguided faith in you."
So
All right.
misguided.
Very misguided. As you hurt this poor this poor guy, and you slip past him. You go in and close the door behind you. Administrator Tone is sitting at his desk, clears a couple things off into a drawer, and says, "Detective Fish, you're a senior level staff member. You don't need to trip my employees in order to get my attention. You are welcome in this office anytime."
I didn't trip anyone. "13 deception."
You feel a little bit of psychic pressure, not like actually invading your mind, but kind of a buzzing in the back of your mind. He goes, "Are you sure that's what you want to go with? Lying to your administrator?"
You're the one that vouched for me. You knew what you're getting into. Anyway, we're not here about me.
Detective Fish, in my capability as administrator, I am asking that you apologize to Junior Administrator Roberts when you see him next. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Now, detectives, your timing could not be better. We've just received word from the other detective team. It seems, and he pulls out some papers, and he's like, "Detective Vaughn, yeah, why are you in the back? Step forward. Here you are. We've had a report from our other detectives team. It seems that they have succeeded in halting the assassination attempt of the Prime Minister, and appears the Second Dawn was behind it. They have made some progress in cleaning them up, and they will return in a few days, and would most likely want your help for a joint mission. Perhaps we can finally clean up the Second Dawn once and for all." Apparently, part of the plot was a reflection copy of the Prime Minister they intended to replace him with. I'm sure there will be a full briefing once they return.
May, you weren't here, but there was a reflection copy at one of the sides. Don't worry about it. We'll fill you in later.
May wants to say much, but doesn't.
Tone kind of like, you turn and say that, and Tone kind of like leans over and sees like behind Metal and behind Fish, May is also here, and is like,
May's like, not in a rude way, just in a hello way.
Arcanist, gladly.
Mr.
Please
Tone?
keep anything you hear in this office to yourself.
Done.
I appreciate it. Now then, was there something you all needed?
May is going to very gently put her like fingertips on Cal's back. It's like,
Yeah.
Go on, we've got you.
Once Metal picked up the note, she also tried to like fade to the back, and in the process, like kind of scooted Cal forward at the front.
Well, Fish has not stepped back. They're going to stand beside her as a gesture of support, but not look at her or acknowledge her at all.
Yeah,
Because once again, 21.
Fish is like, "I'm also here."
Yes. Actually, this is my
For
problem.
unrelated things. Yeah. I'm just asking Denier to say it for me.
Yeah.
Also, when it's viable within the scene, I want May to do a couple of checks on Tone.
Yeah.
Like magic and stuff, but whenever works.
Okay.
Cal is going to take a very deep breath, like visible with the veil, and she's
The veil
going
goes.
to say, "Yeah, I would like to begin by telling you I'm electing to tell you before I tell my abbot. None of this information I'm about to share with you has been shared with him, and I want you to remember the entire time that I have elected to tell you this before I tell Abbot Tinnitus."
Well, does seem like this is a serious conversation. Please go on.
And I think she, I'm trying to figure out how much I want to extract this, but I think she'll probably just start by being very bluntly being like, "Former Grand Mage Crown, I asked him to have a conversation with me pursuing information on Cleric Angelus. He sequestered me alone in one of his rooms. He dismissed his minder. He leveled accusations at me and verbally assaulted me as well as threatened me. I understand that he has complicated issues, but I also believe you understand the political ramifications of this. As somebody who is not a part of this sanctuary and is supposed to be treated as a dignitary."
How much do you mention like the specific topic of conversations?
I think
Both.
she wouldn't until prompted. I think she's just being like, "Here are the facts. What's your emotional reaction to that?" And then I will figure out how to deal information.
You see, as soon as he like figured out this was a serious topic, he kind of leaned back, and then as you got into this, he kind of like leaned forward and came a little bit more to attention, like just like really focusing on you as you spoke, and he once you finish speaking, he just kind of looks at you, and you can see his head kind of turn around and take in the rest of you, and he says, "Cleric Denier, on behalf of the sanctuary and myself, as well as all of our staff, I want to apologize and express my regret that this happened to you. I was not aware that Grand Mage Crown held information relevant to your investigations of a secret nature. The staff members I have assigned to him have a certain amount of clearance, but as detectives, yours is higher. And as a private conversation between the two of you, they are allowed in their judgment to leave. However, prior to this unfortunate circumstance, there was never a situation in which someone unprepared for dealing with the Grand Mage's eccentricities would have reason to speak with him about something that would require his minder, as you say, to leave. I will review the policies on that, and in the future, I will ensure that his staff have explicit orders to, if such a situation should arrive again, get myself or one of the Council of Elders or someone else of high enough status to sit in the room with you so that you may not be alone again. I appreciate that you brought this to my attention before bringing it to Abatinitus, I would ask that you not share this with him so that there is a lower chance of conflict between your temple and the sanctuary. But if you feel honor bound to inform him, I understand.
We don't feel honor bound to protect you. Why would I?
I merely ask as a favor, as someone trying to keep the peace.
Yes, you say you keep the peace, which is why you will cover up this incident, and I'm sure you would cover up any previous incidents. Are you really telling me this has never happened before? I'm the only one unlucky enough to have dealt with this.
Yeah, it does make me wonder how many times this has happened.
Since the Grand Mage's condition first made itself known, this has happened a number of times, and we have always sought to deal with it. Early on, it was at its most difficult when no one understood why it was happening or what was happening. And that is when we experienced incidents like this. Now we try to have safeguards in place, such as
Safeguards we were not
that
informed of.
failed. Safeguards that failed in this instance. Grand Mage Crown was and is a very important person to this region, to its staff members. We're sitting in the place that was once his base, place we fought out of, place he researched ways to end the war. None of this would have happened except for him. And it is tragic then to witness what he has become. I will try to ensure that the Grand Mage will never seek to speak with you alone again, and that if he does, there will be staff on hand to make sure that he does not speak to you or to anyone else alone. As I say, I can only apologize. This was a hole in our procedures that I did not anticipate.
He's never dismissed people before to have a private conversation. That's never happened.
Cleric, he does that once, twice a day. It's
Are
just
you
that this time, in a private meeting with our esteemed detective, someone of rank, the staff member listened when typically they do not. Previously, when these minders have been dismissed and waited outside and listened to that order, it was because the administrator it was because the Grand Mage was meeting with myself or with Grand Mage Rizback or another one of the elders, one of the heads of department, people who have legitimate reasons to discuss secrets above the classification of the staff members. And every other time that has happened, we have either done something to alleviate outbreaks. Sometimes I am called in to soothe his mind so that he may speak to one of the others, or occasionally we speak to him in pairs. I'm afraid he's getting worse. That is not something I like contemplating.
And so you don't like thinking about it, so you don't. Is that it?
Detective Fish, the majority of my job is thinking about things I wish I didn't have to. I am not afraid of hard work.
Who do his minders report to? Why haven't you received this information before I came to you about it? It happened 45 minutes ago. Plenty of enough time for someone to run to your office.
Typically, his minders are. Typically, his minders give a full report on the activities of their shift once their shift has ended. They don't have a lot of contact with our office during shift. I expect to receive this report in full in sometime in the next 2 hours.
So hearing yelling through the walls, so atypical it can wait till the end of a shift. Sorry, so typical can wait until the end of a shift.
Would you prefer that the minder leave so that this can happen to others?
How many people is he trying to corner? He was going to work with Gof. Is Gof going through this right now?
The Arcanists are used to the Grand Mage's outbursts and are good at focusing his attention on the projects at hand.
I think Cal gets very, and like mid this is like, and another thing, and she's like, "Your magic, sir. No one has to leave a room to send a message."
Genuinely a good point. It is probably the thing of being like, yeah, this is kind of bitch work that I just put in like people I don't need elsewhere, so they like don't have the capability of sending a message through
That's a you
magic.
problem.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely like you're kind of like poking holes in his procedure, and he's like,
Yeah.
Thank you for
Okay,
letting us
and
know that. I will fix these holes." And then you're like, "And another thing." And he's kind of like, "Okay, that's enough poking holes."
no, and fish has another. Okay, sorry. It's clowning on turn time.
Yeah.
Fish goes when he mentions that the Arcanists are prepared. Fish like goes, oh, mate, I'm so glad. I'm really glad. So obviously, because you were in here earlier and you've just been employed as an Arcanist, so you were given the rundown on what to do when Grand Mage Crown is having an episode, like because the Arcanists know what to do, right?
Detective Fish, I know what you are trying to do, and I will say that according to Goph's schedule, our new Arcanist will never overlap with Grand Mage Crown. But thank you for pointing out that flaw in our procedures. Thank you, all of you, for pointing out flaws in our procedures. We will review them, and they will be fixed.
Well, Metal didn't point out any flaws. She's got no issues with you.
Metal looks like she got slapped. she's she's been like, yeah. Oh, we're bringing Tone's attention to me. No.
No.
Sir, I'll give you 24 hours. Or I tell my abbot. Choose maybe, perhaps not to. Maybe within those 24 hours, you can find some time in your busy schedule to find assurance and proof that this is not something that is happening to any member of your sanctuary staff at any time. That's not a threat, just a fact.
Cleric, if that is how you feel, I will report myself to your abbot the moment that I have the opportunity to.
He's here. He hasn't left. If I give you more time, you have opportunities for him to leave the country. But you should give me a reason that I feel motivated to give you more time and not just honor bound.
The only reason I can give you is that this was not intentional, and we will try not to let it happen again.
Something being accidental reassures me even less. If you told me that you were threatening me, I would at least understand the political tactics of trying to manipulate me. The fact that this happens under your nose completely by accident, more concerning.
Sometimes things aren't about politics. Sometimes they're just an old man suffering.
Old man, you hold in very high position. Old man who could be comfortable on a nice farm upstate.
Typically, the farm upstate metaphor is referring to killing someone or putting them down at an old age. I hope that is not what you were implying. If you
Oh,
mean,
genuinely, I don't think I got that metaphor.
if you mean,
I think she's startled by that and then tries to be
carefully.
like, yeah, that's what I meant.
If instead you were not threatening the life of our former Grand Mage and you were referring to some sort of long-term care facility, I will tell you that we have tried, and in a moment of confusion about why he was not in his normal stomping grounds, so to speak, well, that care facility no longer exists. We do the best we can with what we have in a way that is hopefully safest for everyone. And based on your report, clearly we can do better. He came in, yelled at me, and then left to go yell at you.
We're timing out the scene to comment on the cat. Which one is this?
This is
This is
Shishido
Shishido.
with his new collar. He's got
Hello,
a little bit of
Shishido.
white.
Beautiful.
He's got a little bit of white on his chest.
Oh, like right
Bell.
here?
Yeah,
Like
he's got
hereabouts?
he doesn't, it's not high in his chest, it's actually bikini marks. So
Okay.
it is genuinely like he's got a patch of white right here and then a patch of white in kind of like crotchal area. But yeah, he's our little runty boy. He's very sweet and nice, with his brother being the big troublemaker.
Raphael, Patrick and Mooney got a cat and another cat. They got two.
They're brothers.
They're brothers.
Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted because he was chirping outside my door. What were we saying?
I know Ellie wanted to do some like insight
Yeah.
check or something like that, so we can probably handle that. I
Sure.
think just with passive insight for Cal, having dealt with Tone a couple of times, I think this is the kind of situation that Cal keeps getting into with Tone, where Tone is like, "Whew, I am going to talk to this other person with kindness and respect." And Cal is like, actually, fuck you. And he's like, fuck you too, child. It's kind of that issue of like you can really see him like holding on to politeness and like getting this criticism with just like white knuckles. It's just like she's right. You can't get angry because she's right. She's raising a legitimate concern, even if she's being really annoying about it and not accepting your apologies. She is right, so you can't get too annoyed.
And Fish is just standing there going, I'm not touching you.
Yes, exactly. No, Ellie separately at many points in the campaign, Fish and Cal have separately just really pissed off Tone a lot of times. Having them both together and both doing
Unite.
this, and even worse, the fact that the grievance is justified is like his worst nightmare. Hey boy, you still chirping? You can come in here and I'll pay you. No, you didn't want to chirp outside Aaron's drawer? Okay.
I'm going to do a magic check specifically. May wants to figure out what's going on with his mask from a magical perspective, like what it does.
Yeah,
and then she'll also do it. Okay, that is a 15.
With a 15, it is unlikely that others without your expertise would notice, but there is a very thin band of symbols in the little kind of brass bar where the beads attach to his mask. And you can't tell like specifically how it works with a 15, but with a 15, it's very like, I kind of get the gist. I get the gist of what the effect is. Yep, there's his white bikini. You know, I get the magical gist. I know what it does, and it is basically a thing of um like an illusory duplication of being like the beads move out of the way, and then an illusion of more beads are behind it ad infinitum, which means that his face can never be accidentally seen, but that he can choose to kind of like open the veil essentially and show his eyes or face, and just mostly does not. Um, it actually has you can tell kind of the feel of like protective magic in a way. There's a little bit of like dampening and sealing effect on his kind of bead veil. Although with a 15, I don't think you really get why necessarily. But yeah, it's kind of a object created by a combination of a like low grade arcane dampener and then a illusory duplication. So that's how he's got essentially a veil of beads that completely covers his face and expression. But as he moves and the beads move, there's more underneath.
Is it reasonable for me to extrapolate that the mask is meant to protect other people from him, even if she doesn't know from what?
With a 15, I think there are a couple conclusions you can come to about like why this exists. I think that's one of them.
Okay, cool.
I don't think you can say like for absolute sure it is to protect other people, but it is definitely like magic dampening aimed at the wearer, which is of course him. And you know, historically one of the reasons you do that is if you're powerful and you're trying to not have other people get hit with that.
Cool. The next thing I want to roll is insight. So this is all I want to roll besides this row. My second and only check is when Tone is talking about like the various things they've tried to put in place for Crown's own good. May wants to know, or I guess is looking for like how that affects Tone personally, not professionally. That is a 16.
You get the sense with a 16 that Tone has a lot of like respect for Crown and a little bit of like fondness for him, but the way he talks about him is very much the way of like of like, yeah, this is a former president, or like this was a very important person, of being like, I have a lot of respect for him. I don't necessarily have like personal love for him in
Hmm.
any way. Um, and I think just the way that other people have kind of talked about him, you get the sense that maybe other people have more personal connection with him.
Okay.
And you got a 15?
Yeah.
I'd say it kind of crosses your mind that the fact that Tone is both very powerful and does not have as personal a connection with him is probably the reason he handles this, because it's maybe not something that the others can kind of bring themselves to do. Or if they could, they wouldn't be as harsh, you know?
Hmm.
Tone absolutely seems like the kind of person who is like, if I thought the best course of action was just sealing him in a room that completely dampened his powers, I would do that for everyone's safety, even if I wouldn't like it, and other people may not make that choice. Um, so he really seems to consider what he's been doing and what he's tried to be like the best kind of moderate option of still having Crown be like comfortable and be able to like help the sanctuary and advise on things and be able to still like meet people and do like diplomat stuff and things like that, while still like kind of protecting everyone else.
Hmm.
But that he knows it's a compromise in his own mind, and that he could absolutely be like stronger and really lock him down, but you lose a lot of the benefits doing that. And if he thinks the Crown is genuinely getting worse, he might be pushed to do that.
Okay. Sorry, back to the scene.
No, that's fine. It's pretty much the scene. You know, I assume Cal and Fish keep bothering the shit out of Tone until eventually they get bored. But
They'll do it till the cows come home.
yeah,
Yeah, Fish is doing it for fun. Cal runs out of her like
and another
planned
thing,
grievances, and
Yeah.
then like, but then he's watching Fish and is for the first time impressed of being like, that's a good point, and also, yeah, ruined this man's whole career. Good.
I think that after a point of this, May might actually step in and kind of abstractive, just kind of nudge people, be like, okay, I think we need to. I don't think we're getting any further here.
Oh, yeah.
And then like, is anyone else going to say anything to Tone before they leave? Because May wants to say something to him, but like she'll
As-
do it. She'll hang back.
one of the last things that Tone says as it's kind of winding down, and he's basically just glaring at Cal and Fish. He kind of like settles himself, you know, reins in his anger a little bit, and says, none of you were here when he first started showing these signs, when he was first injured. I've looked in his mind, tried to piece him back together, and it's like looking into not a broken mirror, a shattered mirror. The fact that he is able to walk and speak, do magic, the fact that he can be himself at any point, in any way, is impressive. I know that may not seem like a victory to you, but it does to others. Now, if you'll excuse me, I do have other work to do, and it seems like I need to put a call in to Avatinitus.
Cal will tilt her head and just say very flatly,
Good luck.
Yeah. That's also the other thing, Ellie. Both Tone and Cal fucking hate Tinnitus, but every time they bond over that fact, they like instantly piss each other off again. Um, um,
Where's Roberts? Are they still outside the door?
no, just like went off to do his work. He was in the middle of something. He was leaving when you tripped him.
Okay, that's such a shame. I know May still has a thing to say, but I was just going to say that when the door opens back up, she's going to be like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." Anyway, but
You
if
can
they're
do
not-
that, but you will be saying it to a random staff member because he is no
Then
longer
no.
in the room.
then no.
Finch would start to and then be like, oh, fuck off. I don't know who you are.
Yeah, just open the door like Robert say. What's May saying?
Well, May is, I guess, like as everyone's leaving, she's like waiting for everyone else to file out. So she's going to be the one to close the door after them. And once everyone else has left the room, she's like going to go to close the door and then pauses and sticks her head back through and clears her throat to catch Tone's attention.
Yes, Darkenist.
Mr. Tone, Administrator Tone, apologies, I'm still getting used to that title. I just wanted to say I do understand the victory. And I don't envy you the job you're doing. And she just nods and goes to close the door, and will do so unless Tone wants to say something.
You can see. Well, you still honor the 15 insight from before. You can see a little bit of shock of being like, I have an incredibly hard job. Nobody ever appreciates the job I do. And then he kind of gives you a little stilted nod of being like, kind of waiting for the but or the other shoe to drop, and then it doesn't happen, and you leave, and it's like, huh.
Yeah, that's it.
I will point out, while he was on the back foot, you did have the opportunity to be like, by the way, when he was ranting at me, Crown was like, ho ho ho, don't you want to know about the first dawn? That was Tone and Ridgeback. Throw their mistakes in their faces.
Another time.
Another time. Yeah, you open the door, back up, head out into the busy office. Immediately try to apologize to a random woman, and then realize, no, that's not right. Have to move on. As you kind of leave the administration office and head back out into the hallway, I think yeah, you get out there and Metal just goes, whew. Well, I think that went about as well as it could. Administrator Tone pretty rarely apologizes. I don't think he's ever apologized to me for anything. So that's good, but
Does he have to apologize to you for something?
I mean, I'm pretty sure, he probably bumped me in the hallway once and didn't apologize. That's just kind of what I've heard from others, that he doesn't apologize for a lot of stuff. Anyway, yeah, are we heading out to look at temples, right? Yeah.
Claire, you did very well back there. I know you don't want to talk about it, but I just think it bears repeating. You did a good job.
Yeah, Danielle, you give as good as you get.
I was trying to secure a political victory, which I definitely did not.
I mean, the thing is that he was very much like, here is your political victory. We can be friends and everything can be okay. I'm very sorry. And you're like, and another thing. It's like, okay, well, we'll just kind of take this back. Take it back. No, don't want it. Okay, that's gonna go in the drawer.
I don't think she would have seen the oh, thank you, I'm so sorry. I don't think she would have seen that as anything, especially because fucking Shadow Games is so oh, cleric, thank you for your wonderful. That's always bullshit to her. The fact that Tone hasn't done that before isn't oh, he's had a change of heart and now he appreciates her. It's well, for some fucking reason he wasn't playing Shadow Games, and using the correct language in this situation, and now he's suddenly decided to, but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's very used to empty flattery and
Yes.
manipulation, so she's like, yeah, what's the fucking action, dude? What are you gonna do to make up for this?
And then the like kind of actuality, probably with more insight from Cal, is being like, this is someone who gets so frustrated when like things don't happen the exact way he wants that his like first instinct is to like mind control someone to go do it properly. That an instinct he has to rein in every goddamn day. So not the kind of person who's like, I will play nice to you. It's like, I will play nice with you because I have to. So that was like the closest to a genuine apology Cal will ever get from this guy. And he was being so genuine in just a way that Cal does not recognize and would not appreciate.
Yeah, no, it's very like, whatever, fuck this place. I'm gonna be out of here in a couple weeks. Never have to see that fucking guy again.
Yep. Okay. What do you guys do? Do you get ready to head out on your little field trips?
You may get to bag a little dungeoneering baggie.
Yeah, fish is all prepared. Kakano on the shoulder, of course, and just being there and being themselves. And I will return after I've put a cat in a box.
Okay.
I reckon by the time Ink gets back, I'm gonna have to go get my delivery myself. So we'll see how that goes.
Is it possible to just go take care of it right now?
No, I'm waiting for a courier. All I can see is like delivery at like X minutes, but it's shifted a couple of times. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, but if Ink's gone for like 10, 15 minutes and the cat's really kicking up a stink, that works out well for me.
I mean, honestly, we can just sit and chill, have a little mini break, and I can drink some water, eat my chocolates.
Bushido was meowing so much, so I picked him up again and gave him a cuddle. And then I was like, okay, bye. And then he just went back to...
Yeah, he wants to cuddle. He wants to be in your arms always. Both of our boys want to be constantly touched and paid attention to.
They don't just sit on the lap? Like they would be actively compressed?
So they're not just... So, like, it's weird, because they're not so much... They're not so much lap cats on the fact that they sit, but if you pick them up and, like, put them on, like, your shoulder, or you hold them like a baby, they're like, all right.
Yeah, they love that. They'll start purring, and they love pets and scratches and stuff, and want you to pretty much be constantly petting and scratching with both hands for any one of them at any time. But they don't generally like the actual like sitting in a lap. They like sitting next to you and using you as a pillow, or being held, but not like actually lap cats, which is weird.
Yeah. It is interesting. I've noticed that, like, they'll, like, crawl over you to, like, get to something, but yeah, they won't just, but they'll sit next to you, but they won't just, like, sit down on you. But if you pick them up and you just start, like, holding and cuddling them, they'll actually sit like that for a few minutes before they're like, okay, I'm done. Bye.
Cute.
They're good boys.
They are good boys.
And then they're not good boys, but they're cuddly.
And they're very much not good boys. Shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, it's very funny that Cal was not like... Specifically, he made remarks comparing me to Tinnitus, and apparently a woman that Tinnitus was familiar with. Tone would be like, awesome, I can't wait to throw that in his fucking face. He's gonna be so mad. There could have been a genuine moment of connection where Tone was like, Cleric, you don't understand. There was like a solid 40 years I kept expecting a Tinnitus kid to show up at the sanctuary, and I had nightmares about it for a decade. Oh my god. You need to remind Tinnitus that he was a fuckboy at every opportunity.
Jamal is Tinnitus's secret love child.
Maybe.
Jesus. So which temple are we going to go to first, Mooney? Or
I
Spot,
think
whatever.
in terms of being like, oh, if metal can only go through one, and we want to go to maybe more, then the silver mines make sense because that's the most elemental magic related one.
Yeah.
There's also one that's just like an apartment complex, and so metal being like, I'm a normal person being normal would also be helpful. Are we going to abstract them like we did with the hotels?
No, they're gonna be actual scenes, but they're gonna be like semi-abstracted.
Okay. I was
You're
just
gonna
like, I don't want to
meet-
drag people into this for too long.
Yeah, you're gonna meet essentially a character that like introduces you to the property, tells you a little bit about its history, and then like a little bit of like the features, and then I abstract of being like, if you choose this one, it's more expensive, but also you have to seems like you have to do less work to like get it up and running. But it's, you know, pretty far away from like the hub of you know, magical cities, but also maybe that's a good thing, you know, kind of that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be like, here's the place, here's the scene, and then I'm going to, like, out of character give you, like, general information. So we're not like, okay, and here is Gallery B7. They first opened this part of the mine in 1874. There was a good vein of silver here.
It's saying minimum another 5 minutes for me. Just
I'm back.
Delivery, so yeah.
Let's get into it.
Then what is going to happen as everyone is getting ready to go and getting their stuff together, Kekino is going to go, huh, I forgot. I don't have my shark's tooth. Mr. Gove took it to work on it, and I haven't gotten it back yet, but this is like official detective stuff, so I need to have my shark's tooth. We need to
Yeah,
go...
you need to have it.
Okay.
All right, ladies, stay here.
Like,
I've
I
got
can get
important
you
business.
another bone. Okay.
You head off to the where the Arcanists are working.
Real quick, Fish said, "Ladies, stay here," but that wasn't an order. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. May waits for Fish to leave, and then it's like, so Jamal Tractate? Is that how you say it?
No, May's sticking with Cal and very much just quietly keeping an eye on her.
Yeah, Cal's doing fine. I think she's at least a little reinvigorated from, you know what?
From the
Tone showed almost no pity towards me. That's great. That makes me feel makes me feel way more normal. Fish has been nice to me for a solid hour at this point, and I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. You get to the Arcanist workshop, which is like partially closed, you know. Like yesterday, you had to bang on the grill a little bit, so they would stop whatever like work they were doing on the machine to come and help you. This is kind of similar. You get there, and the grate is like most of the way down, but you can see movement in the back, so you just gotta shout for someone's attention.
Hey. Yeah, can you, whatever, no, Teddy, you're not part of the scene. Whatever's going on in here, can you turn it down? My boy's ears are sensitive.
Huh?
Thank you. It's Fish!
Yeah. No, hold on. Oh, yes. Hello, Fish.
Hey, Joel, how's it going?
I'm going quite well. I assume you want to speak to Gof, but he is in the middle of something a little delicate. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, he took He took Kekino's shark tooth, and it's really important that he has that. Do you know where that is? Is
Yes,
it just
no,
like
of
on the
course.
other side of
He
the?
was he was very excited about this. We actually worked on it
Mm.
together during one of his lunch breaks. If you look here, and he just pulls out a drawer and he pulls out the little shark tooth necklace, looks
Mhm.
identical, nothing changed about it. And he's like, we got the seam very precise. Kekino, if you will put your flipper right here and just sort of press sideways, the shark tooth, which looks perfect and exactly the same, splits in half and swivels open, and inside, in like chased steel, is Detective Kekino, and then like a little star, like in metal, inset into the shark tooth.
Oh,
There you go.
that's
What
that's
do you
great.
think of
Do you
that?
love it, buddy? Do you love it?
Oh my god! It was like my detective badge, but now it's really my detective badge, and this is so great.
Yeah.
Oh, Collision has got this for me, and you put it on the string, and then uh, the Golfin Jaw, they put the thing in it. This is great. This is everyone coming together and giving me a thing.
Fish gives him a big
Oh.
hug.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
Oh, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Jaw.
Yeah,
Of
thanks, Joel. And, tell Grove
course.
we said thank you as well.
Oh no, he'll be very happy that Kekino liked it so much. He loves the little guy. Um, well, is there anything else you need while I'm up, or am I jumping back into work?
Look, I'm pretty sure that was it. Unless, what, how you doing? Were you busy later? What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing fairly well, keeping a little busy. This project is actually taking more of my expertise than I expected. I have sort of an eclectic background, and there's a lot I can bring in. Also, um, Goph was telling me about Miss May Gladly, who was
Yep,
probably going to
she's
be
here.
joining us tomorrow. Yes, I wasn't familiar with her work, but Gove speaks very highly of her and showed me some of her writing, and it seems like she'll be great credit to the team. I understand she's a friend of yours?
Yeah, work friend, friend. I think
Excellent.
you get along with her real well.
May is
Topics
very
of
nice.
discussion. Yeah, yes. Topics of discussion so you can get along better. Definitely ask about her boyfriend,
Oh, and what is his name?
Sinadrum.
Sinner Drum. All right, I will keep that in mind.
Hmm.
Any other topics of discussion? Do you know if she prefers sort of realmatic power transition or aromatic power transition? Is she, sort of a crescent wrench girl versus a measured wrench girl? Does she have a preference of carving versus script?
You can ask her.
Well, I'm excited to do that. Thank you for stopping by, Fish. And yes, we really should hang out together at some point outside
For
work.
sure, man. That'd be
Maybe
great.
maybe when I'm a little.
Really boost your social capital.
Uh, sorry,
Hmm?
what?
I'm saying it would be great to hang out.
Oh yes, no, I agree.
Hit the
Uh,
town sometime.
well, it was nice. It was nice chatting. I do need to jump back in, but
Oh yeah,
yeah,
get back
feel
there.
Feel free to stop in anytime. We always love seeing you and the group, as you say.
Everyone
Oh,
does.
and Jesse was actually just through here earlier. Um, she says that she found a new shop that had some discount fabric. Apparently, that's something that needs to be passed along to the Cleric Denier, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Yeah, I'll find a way to get at that information. Kakano, you can do it.
Yep, I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can rely on me. Yes, of course, buddy. Well, back to the grindstone, as it were. Have a great
As
day.
it
Fish.
were. Yeah, have a good one. Yep. Bye. Yep. Bye. 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 They're just doing that to be annoying.
Doesn't even notice. Is just is actually like every time you say bye and come back, he is actually like stopping in his walk away and giving you a little wave. It's genuinely like, oh, bye, oh, and then he's like through the cage into the other side of the room and he's like, bye, and he like ducks his head back out, bye.
Fish likes me more than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Jaw. He doesn't really have much of a place in like the plot to show up all the time, but I think he's great.
I love him too. I'm always glad to see him. Anyway, Fish is like happily adjusting Kakano's shark tooth necklace and
no, right in
patting
the
him
center
and telling him
right in the center of the chest, so everyone can see it.
yes.
Okay.
And then
Perfect.
okay, for really important moments, like
Mhm.
focus on like creating a white spot or maybe a glow if you could, and
Yeah.
so it'll look like it's glowing. We can make it
Yeah.
glow some other time, but like, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, and also I need to like practice kind of like the way to open it. You know, if I can do like a cool like flick and then you can see it, that would be also very cool. And then with like a little bit of
Yes.
glow behind it, being like, "Hey, hey, it's Detective Kekino. Read the badge."
So good. Can you read the badge?
No. What did it say?
It reads
I-
it says Detective Kakano.
Yes. That's what I hoped it said, but if it said something else, if it said like, you know, like discount burgers or something, I'd be like, that's also good too. You know, you just make sure that like they can't see it. You're just like, oh, Detective Kekino, and then you put it away.
That can be your undercover name. You know how I have my undercover names?
Yes. Is
Discount
my
burgers.
Discount burgers. Oh, is that a good mage name? That sounds like a good mage name.
Yes.
Discount burgers.
Detective Burgers.
Detective Burgers. Detective Kekino Burgers. As soon as Fish and Kekino rejoin
When does
you,
Kekano learn how to make a Hercules Poirot mustache?
No, not yet.
Burgers.
Detective Burgers. He runs up to you and goes, everyone, I have an important announcement to make. I am, as you know, Detective Kekino, aka Discount Burgers, and my badge that Collisionist gave me is even cooler now. Look at that.
Cal does go, oh good, they didn't ruin it.
Oh, Kekino, that's so cute. It's not just cute, it's also tough. Yes, it's tough too.
I've never seen a more intimidating young man.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of like fluffs himself up a little bit.
May Arcanist Jorhanked, really looking forward to working with you. That's all. He's a nice guy.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Why are you thanking me for him being a nice guy?
I meant for you passing it on, Fish.
Gotcha.
Cal conspiracy whisperer was like, they will try to be difficult in every circumstance. I know you might have thought it was out of high stress in the temple or in the ruins. It's not.
That's just how they relax.
I confess I was wondering. Anyway, should we go?
Please.
Also, Mr. Jaw told me to tell you that he was told by Miss Jessie
on the road.
that Miss Jessie has discount fabrics at a new place that she wants to share with you. This is all like as you're walking out the door.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. We've got to get our
Mhm.
teleporter. Yeah.
Okay,
You wanna
so
head to
like
the
that
mine first?
thing where a
Mhm.
parent and their small child are walking, and like the child is this high and
Mhm.
talking to the parent like up, and the parent is obviously on their way. They're not having to step down to be like, yeah, yes.
Mhm.
Just ongoing commentary. Anyway, that's it.
All right. Do you want to you want to head out, get your teleporter, and go to the um go to the mines first?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yes. And when they come across Castle, Fish goes, "Oh, Falcone!"
And he just goes, "I'm sorry, what?"
Yeah. Well, that's what you said, Metal. Wasn't it? That was his name?
No, I think I said Kessel. I think I said Trope Kessel. She is beat red.
Written
She's
in
so
craft.
embarrassed. She cannot
Huh.
believe you called her out like this.
Must have been my mistake. Anyway, I get all the names confused in my head sometimes because there's so many. Let's get on out of here.
Cal grabs May by the shoulder and it's just like, was this a mistake? Should I not have invited them?
And they like catch the arm and leaves, and he goes, "It's a bit too late now to think about that, Chloe."
We can leave them behind. They probably won't notice. As long as Kekano is still there, we can leave them. Just
Leave it together,
As you go to set up the teleportation, the teleporter is just like, yes, I have no idea where this specific mine is. Oh, but it says it's by this small town. I do have the ability to go there, and just um, make sure everyone is together. Make sure you've got all your stuff, and then teleport you there. You find yourself in a fairly small town. It kind of reminds you of Chisabibi by the clan lands of just like, kind of one main road, 6 main buildings and then residential kind of place. But it's a little town. You see the sign. It says Forsyth. And it looks like you are looking for a Mr. Cody, who elsewhere in the document is listed as Mayor Cody, to be the owner of the property. That's your contact. I guess just give me investigation checks to see how long it takes to find him.
Oh, do you mind if I switch to investigation as my
Yeah, that's
long
fine.
rest? Yeah. I mean, I did genuinely mean to do that, and I forgot. So.
What is it? What was it on earlier?
Deception.
Okay, well, you didn't use deception, so yeah, that's fine.
Are we all doing rolls or just Smoony?
Whoever wants to. Do you think you're helping?
Can we offer advantage? Can Kekano sniff out the mayor?
I don't think Kekano has ever met this man before, but I think Kekano can give somebody advantage.
I said mayor as in mayor, but just in the Australian way, but don't worry about it.
Not a female horse.
Smells like diplomacy.
Yeah.
That's a 17.
Okay.
That's flat. I don't know if I'm actually doing with advantage.
Anybody else either helping Cal or rolling an investigation check? Okay.
I'll do one. Investigation. Never mind, that's a 9. May's thinking about things. She's having feelings.
Okay. Any kind of investigation or anything from Fish, or just giving Cal advantage?
Giving Cal advantage, yeah.
Okay. Do that advantage.
First one was better.
Okay. So that's a 19. You start walking
Yeah.
down the.
That was a 17? Yeah, because it was an
17?
11 plus 6.
You start walking down the main drag of this town. It seems not particularly busy. You did teleport into like a stand of trees outside town. Teleporters try to make their landing spots not just in the public view, but you're kind of up in the mountains. It's very like rocky and rugged around here. There are some like forests in kind of the ravines and low places. You can see some trees and a small lake off in the distance, but mostly very rocky area with a big kind of mountain behind you. So you're walking down the main street. I think May is distracted by a rock and fossil shop that is one of the main things here. It's actually a combination rock and fossil shop and miners museum. Seems to be a mining community for the most part. And while she is distracted at the window, I and you head inside the shop. Cal is kind of looking around for what seems to be the most civic building and decides to ask in here. While May is looking at fossils, Cal approaches kind of an older guy just sitting on a very creaky chair, kind of in the middle of this old mining museum. Uh, Big, a like cowboy hat on. He's wearing double denim, and he's got he's a fairly dark-skinned native man, like very like sun-wrinkled, constantly squinting from being outdoors, very like life roughened, and his ears have a number of piercings that kind of like all jingle together when he moves. Not quite like a Joe Rody level, but like kind of like that. Um, and as Cal comes up, he's just like, "Yeah, what can I do you for?"
Hello, sir. I'm a friend of Gertrude Longfisher. I'm not sure if she mentioned that someone would be coming by to speak to you.
Oh yeah, no, she did it. That you're the prospective buyer of the mine up the way.
I am.
All right. Well, I'm Mr. Cody. This is kind of my office. Uh, if you want to take a look at the mine or go over any paperwork or something like that, let's get to it. These friends of yours.
Cal feels like Cal has a distant, suspicious, paranoid feeling that Fish has somehow paid off this man in advance to ask this question.
Fish is going to try and be good, but they are constantly rolling persuasion just sort of passively. Just to be like, yeah, aren't we great? Don't you want to sell us your fucking mine?
Yeah, she has a weirdly long pause that anybody would be like suspicious about when he answers this asks this very innocent question before she finally says, "Yes, we should look at the mine."
All right, let's get going. I only got a truck. Are your friends all right with sitting in the bed while we head up?
Yeah, Cal just looks at them.
Fish says, well, why don't you bring along my my dog, and I'll just stay here and have a look around the town. Get my favorite gal pals some presents.
Oh, Fish, you don't want to come with us? I can sit in the bed of the truck. That's okay. What is
She's gonna be like, metal can cast. Metal is able to make sure she'd be comfortable there as well as anyone else.
Okay, May, how about you? You want to look at these rocks? I noticed you like them.
I mean, you even have to ask the question, Fish. But if one of you is feeling uncomfortable with, bouncing in the back, I personally find it invigorating years of such exploits. I do have a featherweight belt one of you could put on, so you wouldn't be, bouncing.
How many seats are in the truck? This is a neat question.
He does not say, but you go out back to see the truck. It's kind of like it's essentially what an early version of a pickup truck was before pickup trucks were really a thing. So it's actually more like a farm truck. I'm gonna say give me the question of how many seats is easy. It seems like there are 2 real seats and then basically a jump seat, which is an incredibly uncomfortable middle seat that you like basically sitting on the armrest. And of course, no seatbelts of any kind. But Fish, why don't you give me a kind of like mechanical car check? We'll say give me an intelligence check. We'll say with a -5, and May can do the same and do like an intelligence check with like a +2.
Can I also ask a question? And Ink, you can tell me if I roll insight about it. Is Fish trying to like be accommodating to Cal by like bailing
Fucking
or like,
off?
yeah. Okay, do I need to roll insight about that, or is that just obvious?
I want to say that they're like trying to be like, listen, I know that our relationship is tenuous at best, and I'm just kind of keeping my distance at this point because earlier when I was being nice, you didn't like it, so it's a bit like that.
I think if Cal is getting that vibe and it's just like obvious and they're not hiding it, I think Cal is going to slightly snippishly be if like Fish being like, no, I'll stay here and look at the rocks. Cal's gonna be like slightly like snappishly be like, Fish, I told you to come along for a reason. If I need somebody to this person, it's not going to be me. I already feel like I messed up on the introduction and I don't want to talk to him again.
Fine. I'll sit on your lap then. Anyway, I rolled a 5.
I rolled a 20. Natural.
With a 5, this is, as far as you can tell, a motor vehicle that is powered and then drives. With a 20...
a natural 20. I know everything about this truck.
Oh, it was a nat 20?
Natural
so total,
20.
Like 23? Okay. You can actually see, like, this is a small mining town in the middle of nowhere. This guy has a super battered old farm truck that he is still driving. He has put work into it. And this is old days. No one was doing this work. This is all custom. He's got special off-roading tires. He's got like suspension. There is like this is probably the most comfortable you will ever be in a truck bed that has not like converted the trunk bed into more seating. This is someone who is going to be able to drive straight up a vertical cliff and be totally fine.
May like clocks all this and is like is complimenting him on all the like the tweaks he's made to the design, and she like throws herself into the bed. She's like on the back, like, hell yeah, let's do this.
Always having this conversation, Cal turns to Fish and be like, don't be a baby. You can handle being in the truck bed. Again, I'm sure Mel will cast magic to make it comfortable.
I'm not being a baby. I'm being nice. You bitch.
Go be nice in a bolder, more confident way.
Yeah, I don't like that language.
I just got called a bad word. This is exhausting dealing with you trying so hard to avoid stepping on my toes, and you are useless to me. Get over it.
While you're having this argument, Mr. Cody is just like, yeah, I keep some sandbags in the back, just for people to sit on, a little bit of a cushion. Yeah, kids around town like to ride around in it. And I was like, Metal's like, oh, I didn't know what you meant by truck bed, but yeah, okay. And she climbs up next to you, and you see her kind of like very subtly kind of like use her power to like shape the sandbag so it's a more comfy seat. Puts a little more air between the sands. It's a little bit like a cushion. Yeah, and
Like air to like keep dirt and stuff from getting to people.
yeah. No, she'll absolutely do like a gust or like a summon wind to make like a little envelope so you don't get as dirty. But yeah, also, I totally agree. May has done this a billion times. May has probably ridden more in the backs of trucks than she has in the cab of trucks. So
I feel
Hell yeah.
May is having this
that's an
conversation.
Egyptian thing.
One of the best sleeps of my life was in the back of a truck, and it wasn't nearly as nice as this.
Literally, she is like genuine, but she's also laying on the charm. A la Fishes as well for like maximum deal making.
Fish passes Kekano over to Cal. Goes, alright, excuse me for making a shitty effort. Back to normal, back to business. And then they try to literally step on her toes. What is a roll to be making for that?
Yeah.
I mean, are you trying to hide it in any way?
No, but as a like you just said, step on toes. I'm now making. I'm completing
Are you
the
trying
joke.
to accomplish anything in any way?
Not hurt her, but just be like.
Then you
You're
just
awesome.
step on her toes. You just step on
if
her toes
you
and she watches you do it.
If you roll in that one, she is wearing steel-toed boots, and you end up hurting yourself.
Okay, it's really just to be like, all right, I'm not making an effort to be nice or whatever. Like,
Give me a dexterity check.
Not a sleight of foot.
11.
Okay. That's enough that you can step on her toes, and since she is wearing 4-inch boots at the moment, you genuinely have to like balance on one leg and her foot for a second in order to accomplish this joke, but you do it without falling over.
Mm-hmm.
You discover what the veil equivalent of an eyebrow raise in a "Are you done?" tone is.
All right, yeah. I mean, I got this for a song. Really, I did a lot of the work myself. Rebuilt the engine. Yeah. All right, are we ready to head out?
May like slaps
Yep.
the top of the cab.
Yeah, come on. Metal tries to do it too and is like way too soft. Yeah. Cal is getting in the cab. Is Fish also going in the cab?
Is there room?
Just the jump
There is-
seat.
A middle
What
seat,
uncomfortable.
baby.
No, getting in the back.
Okay.
Having the fun time in the truck bed while Cal gets uncomfortable.
Yes. Mr. Cody tries to help Cal up into the truck, and he's like, "Oh, that's kind of a strange looking dog." And Fish.
He's a mutt.
Oh, really? I mean, and
Mhm.
like maybe a genetic condition, no legs.
A mutt of the sea.
I had a dog once.
Yeah.
With 2 legs, and I thought that was really, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Cody-
Have you seen these pugs that they're doing? It's kind of fucked up, but a little bit
With
like
the
that.
fucked
Anyway,
up noses, yeah.
the important thing is to give them a good quality of life. Fish gets in the back before they can keep speaking.
Metal does some magic on the sandbags so they're a little more comfortable, and you are set and ready to head out. The car starts. You start rummaging your way up the mountain, just kind of Metal is kind of like has one hand on the side and is like winging a little too far back and forth because she has to have the second hand up to like keep the wind going. You're just bouncing along. Mr. Cody has like a companionable silence that's probably still uncomfortable to Cal until he suddenly probably realizes he's supposed to be selling you this mine, and then so he's like, "Oh yeah, it's Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody as long as I can remember. My mom called me Mr. Cody starting when I was 5. Was the one of the safety managers for the mine down the way, and I guess I'm mayor of this town now, and kind of the mine came into the town's possession, so we're looking to sell. We've broken off most of the land down here by this lake, turning it into a walking trail and kind of rehabilitating it. There was a lot of seepage and dumping at the time, so it was not in good shape. We're kind of fixing it back up, making it nice for people, restoring the land. Yeah, just you drive I think about 5 miles out of town, uphill most of the way. The trees kind of fall away, and you're just kind of on ridges of bare rock, climbing and climbing up over the area. And you can see this is the tallest little mountain around here. Um, there is, but you see a grand kind of vista of a lot of like bald mountains that are occasionally pockmarked with little mine entrances, and then deep valleys full of forests and lakes and stuff. And finally pull up in front of the mine, and you are here. There seems to be like the description you got was that there was an old like mining town, like ghost town, silver boom kind of thing here. Um, that may have been like kind of overselling it, because there are definitely like, here is the foundations of where a wooden building used to be. There is clearly what was a big town, not a big town at all anymore. Um, and the what is left is just sort of uh, kind of ghost town ruins, old wood and stuff. But it seems like someone has put in a lot of effort to kind of rebuild and preserve what was essentially the main street. Um, and the uh, along the main street, there's kind of like a saloon and a hotel that have been like completely rebuilt, and you can go in and is livable. Um, but there's a couple of other places that are kind of like the facade was rebuilt so it looks good, but inside clearly it's all still original and trashed. Um, you actually had to pass through a locked gate at the bottom of the mountain that said trespassers no entry, that Mr. Cody had to unlock. So this is like a private road. And as you get up here, he just basically says, "Yeah, this was a boom town in the 1860s when they found silver here. Kind of went up overnight and was successful for a little while, and then it kind of died out when the mine started to dry. Some years back, there was this tourist fella who wanted to kind of rebuild it back up and do mine tours, and did some uh, uh, historical reenactment stuff. And you can still see like old flyers, super sun bleached and stuff like that, of like see the dueling outlaws at noon or something like that. Like a lot of like kind of signs of kind of like kitschy, more touristy things. But as you're looking around, you're like, okay, this is kind of solid. Some of these buildings you can actually like live in now, not without modern conveniences, but it's a thing. And as you get closer to the mine itself, there is more modern equipment. And he just says, um, there was after the uh, sort of tourist trap thing went broke, apparently there was a new vein of some gold that was found, as well as some silver. We had a company come in and start drilling again, but ran out, and they ultimately abandoned the place and went into foreclosure. Didn't even return any of their equipment. So, I'll throw that in with the deal if you end up buying it. And he's pointing out basically like here is a old shitty mine, absolutely horrifically dangerous to the average person, but only for part of it, because the big front like main gallery has been expanded for like digging machines, and it's all nice and like shored up. There's electric lights, there's a big generator, there is actually some like digging machines that are still here that have been abandoned. um, there is like local plumbing from like a water tank and like a rain catchment system. And as you all head into the mine itself, um, you go a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. Stops and turns on the generator, and the lights flicker on inside. And it looks pretty nice, pretty dry. May is like, God, if I wish all caves I was in were like this. This is this is really well put together. And Cal is probably like, I've been in worse temples. This is all right. We don't have any bat colonies here. That's always a plus. I've been in worse. Um,
Can I
uh,
cast Death Sense? Can I be like continually casting Death Sense? So
continually doing death sense. You get the sense of, as you're going through this like big main area, you enter into the cave, and the cave widens and eventually opens into like this grand gallery. It's a big space. It's like maybe 25 feet tall. The whole room is like maybe like 30 wide by like maybe 80 feet long or something like that. Big space, bunch of little tunnels branching off, and you can see like where there is some like fencing or ropes closing off tunnels that were like clearly not the one that the tourists were allowed into, and other ones that are more like modern and maintained. As you're doing Death Sense, you are getting a little bit of like, okay, here's like some extra sense of somebody who died here. um you know Here's kind of this. And as you're going through the gallery, Mr. Cody is just like, yeah, there was a mine collapse in 86 here that killed 3. And in general, this was a pretty unsafe mine at the first in his first instance, because it was a boom town, so no like safety regulations. Everybody's trying to be as fast as possible, dig as much silver as they could. And he's taking you through this upper level is like clean, mostly dust free. Like the earth has been compacted, and there's actually been like a skim coat of like concrete put on top, so it's just like you're not even like kicking up dirt as you're walking through. It seems safe. You can see all like the electric lighting and the plumbing going through. There's even like old like break rooms and like side tunnels and stuff from the miners, of just like, yeah, there's a card table and like a drinks cooler that hasn't been used in a long time. Um, I think you can see a lot of potential in this place that you're seeing so far, of being like, this is going to take work, but there are already systems in place to like make this a place where people live full time. There is on the way in, there was like a like trailer that was clearly like miners' dorms for a little while. So you've got some like housing while you get stuff set up. You probably chat with May in the back a little bit, and she's like, so the the electric grid, we can absolutely convert that to partial magic and get that all squared away. Obviously we want to reinforce it a little bit, make sure we can get actual power in here, not just lighting, but we can absolutely do that. And you see a lot of potential, like a lot of work that needs to be done, but this is closer to a livable space than kind of a mine should be for the most part, because it was, a tourist thing at one point and people were living here. As you get kind of off the beaten path, as Mr. Cody kind of takes you deeper, it starts to get a little shittier. You start to see a lot more places of being like, hey, this is a side tunnel that like the tourists didn't go down and the new miners didn't reinforce. So maybe you're going to have to pay or figure out how to reinforce that. As you go along, since you probably asked, Metal is giving you updates about being like, okay, this place really solid. Everything's really good here. I feel like it's probably pretty earthquake proof. Oh, that's pretty dangerous. That area looks a little unstable. I feel like maybe there's some looseness in the rocks there that might be a problem. You eventually reach kind of like the central vertical cavern. There's just suddenly there's just a huge hole in the ground, and you can see looking down a bunch of like minecart tracks and like little branches going up hither and yon that has like destroyed or rotted away like wooden flooring and like pathways and stuff like that, and a very creaky old metal elevator that has that kind of thing old machinery does, of being like the elevator itself looks like a shitty death trap, but you look at it and see like, okay, this whole thing is a rust bucket, but that button is really shiny and new. That wire is like covered in like plastic installation, which obviously didn't exist when this was running. Clearly somebody, instead of replacing this, updated it and made it safe. So it looks like a death trap, but it's probably good. And as you head down, you eventually find one floor of the mine. The first floor is the big one that got completely filled out and made safe. One main entrance, one side entrance, a grand hall, and a number of rooms that could be used for storage or events, things like that. 2 levels underneath it that are pretty safe. Metal reports that they're all pretty shored up and things are good, but it's clearly like wasn't the public area or the main focus. The ground's a little uneven. The entrances and tunnels are like at weird sizes and heights. You got to get into this like big side gallery through a hole that's like 3 feet tall in the middle of the wall that you got to crouch and climb through. But you can see that still all the electrical and plumbing extends through here, and you don't have to worry about that. As you are doing this and doing your death sense, there is a feeling of something below you that is really triggering your death sense, and it's getting stronger as you're going deeper. And as you get down to the lower levels, these are the levels that were not like open to the public. They've not been touched in a long time. They're really like crumbly and kind of unsafe, but they have potential here if you can get someone to shore them up. But there is just a path that has been made nice going down to the deepest level, which you can see is mostly flooded. Most of this tunnel is very dry, despite the sound effect. There's no like dripping or anything like that. But this is something of like an underground lake, and this is where the death sense is coming from. And as you look out on this lake, it is like green, blue from mineral deposits, tons of stalagmites and stalactites in this chamber, and you see that kind of stretched out in this very shallow water, bones and bones and bones and mineralized bones. And yeah, Mr. Cody's just like, yeah, this was kind of the big tourist attraction, I guess. I don't really understand it. There was a mine collapse in I think 1710s that was kind of the reason that the mine kind of shut down and less people worked here. There was 88 miners that were trapped here and eventually died, and here you can see their remains. You know, I'm sorry if that creeps you out, but you know, maybe if you want to do it as a tourist thing, I guess the tourists loved it. That's why we've got this, you know, this railing was installed so they don't fall in and such. Some people think that, you know, this kind of mineralized water has like healing properties or something like that. If you do that, I would say try to make sure people don't know it's coming from the bone water, you know. But yeah, that's this. And this is kind of the lowest and deepest level of this mine.
I'd like to please Eldritch Sight the bone water.
Absolutely. Give me that perception check. Or Arcana. I'd say Arcana.
I'm going to do a couple of rolls after ink.
Seven.
There's kind of this low-grade glow in the water. It's not like clinging to the bones or anything. It's kind of everywhere. I don't think you can pinpoint what it is or what it would do, but it kind of vaguely reminds you of like some kind of colors you've seen in Dr. Kett's office when you were getting treatment, or kind of like some stuff when you were in the clan lands. Kind of like natural magic, it feels like. You don't really know more than that.
Can May do a couple things
Probably.
here, if that's all right? I was going to first see if I can use Layers of History to see if there's... I know like Layers of History is like its original purpose, but now that we're in this lake area, I want to see if there's anything that May can get besides that the top part was a mine.
Yeah, go for it.
Do I have to roll for Layers? I thought I'd just get it.
Nope, but I'm saying if there's anything else you want to do.
Okay, yeah.
I can give that information as part of like, oh, I also want to do a history check to see if I've heard of this, or like an insight check about how Mr. Cody feels about this place, or what have you.
I'm torn between a perception and a history.
What are you trying to glean?
I guess if there's any magical foul play, or like if there's anything that Cal should be like worried about, I guess, like if she's considering purchasing this place.
I think
like alarm bells, I guess.
Yeah, I think because of your expertise, you would want to focus on like kind of the history of this place. Like you're listening to Mr. Cody's stories and like looking for inconsistencies or things like that. I think you would probably be like, I think maybe Cal needs to handle like the death stuff of being like, is there dangerous like magic here or something like that. So yeah, give me a history check and I'll include Layers of History as
That's a 23. Yeah.
23. Okay. From what you can tell, this lake was naturally formed underground, and the miners just kind of discovered it. You see a little bit of signs of like, that are pretty worn away. Probably wouldn't be pointed out to tourists and stuff, but it looks like once it was found, the miners would come down here and maybe drink from the water, or kind of like bathe in it, you know, get the dust out of their hair on shift, stuff like that. It looked like it's kind of like a communal place in some ways, which is probably why so many of them died when the area was sealed up in an earthquake. It's also seems like this is one of the reasons why they didn't dig deeper, is because they're kind of like getting into the water table and they don't want to be mining underwater. So that's layers of history, that this was kind of like a natural feature that got exposed rather than anything else. With the history check, honestly, it sounds like every other like mine you've ever heard of just being like, yeah, a bunch of people died because they had gas lamps that ran off poisonous gas and flames, because they thought that you treated the black lung by going for a vigorous jog, because they thought that modern safety was making sure you didn't cut your fingers off, and if you could do that, you were safe, and they needed to do nothing else for the mine. Just a lot of like, people died here because old safety precautions were fucked and non-existent, not because it's like this is a particularly dangerous place.
Cool.
There's not a lot of like inconsistencies that you're getting with the story. There's clearly like some holes in the record that maybe Mr. Cody doesn't know or is just not saying, but it seems like there's nothing that really piques your interest about being like this was secretly like a place of like dark rituals or things like that. You do I think with that high roll get the sense of being like, there seems to be a lot of people who kind of like got stuck and then couldn't breathe, and oh, okay, they do run the ventilation down here. Okay, yes. They didn't really run anything else down here, so they do. There is probably like a historical problem with some like, you know, like methane pockets or something like that, some sort of poisonous gas or something that maybe increased the death toll. But it's like, you know, I'll tell Cal about that, but I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse for her.
Yeah, okay. I guess May will
It'll
like,
just be handled by modern safety technology.
yeah, okay. May won't say anything now because she doesn't want to fuck around with Cal's deal, but she'll tell Cal after. I'm like, abstract. This is what I thought.
Okay. Anything for Cal?
How are the vibes death-wise? Is this for a conducive working environment? Does it feel like the ghouls are like, "Ooh," or like, you know, yeah, no, just like how malicious is the spirit of the place and
Give me an Arcana check.
how violent the death kind of seems. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. With a dirty 20 Arcana, you don't feel that there are any active spirits here. There does not seem to be a problem with ghosts attached to these bones or revenants, any kind of hauntings or poltergeists. Nothing. It's like, oh well, you know, that would have been fun to study, but I guess it's good that it's not like in the temple itself. You know, like your old temple, that was outside the temple. You go out into the graveyard in the forest, and there were all the ghosts and stuff out there that you could study. This one was like, it's a little too central to the temple itself to want to have ghosts in here. But yeah, you don't get the sense of any hauntings. There doesn't seem to be a lot of kind of malicious energy in any way. There's like, you know, dying of like hunger and asphyxia deep in a mine is not a particularly angry or violent death. It's just kind of, you fight and then you don't have anything to fight with anymore and you just pass away. So there's not like a harsh energy in kind of the deathscape here. You do kind of get the sense that over time these bones have become so like, the minerals from the water have absorbed into the bones and they're all now like calcified and have weird growths on them, and they're like fused to the rock for the most place in these places. I think you get the sense that kind of like, rather than individual bones or individual deaths, this is a lot more like what Cal has seen with like very old graveyards, where it stops being a place of individual graves and more of a place of a graveyard where it's all just kind of like lumped together. This is kind of like a death soup where the bones and the dead have joined the water in a way that they are kind of one and the same. And I'm going to give you as a bonus because of that Dirty 20 Arcana. Mr. Cody and seemingly other people that have visited this were really grossed out. Cal's kind of like, this is a great working environment, you know? I got like this source of death that's like close by, easily accessible, but it's not malicious. It's old enough that it's kind of like faded into the background, but it's still strong because there was a lot of death and a lot of tragedy here. And with a Dirty 20, I think you're even like, you know, I could really like kind of like route some of this through the plumbing, and I think like for necromancers specifically, like a nice death mineral bath would actually be like really healing, like moisturizing for the skin. It's a nice butt on camera, hun. Moisturizing the skin, kind of like, you know, getting you in tune with your death senses more. It's kind of like, honestly, the pool of dead bodies is a straight up bonus. No downsides, just straight up bonus.
Okay.
And as you leave the mine and head out, Mr. Cody gives you some time for all of you to kind of convene and share this information with each other. Metal is just like, yeah, no, I checked it out. It seems pretty solid. It's definitely an area that has earthquakes, but it doesn't seem like it's a big danger. And the rock is pretty pretty well connected. It's well shored up. I didn't really see anything in the major areas as particularly dangerous. A lot of the side tunnels, you know, will need kind of, I guess, professional help maybe, but I don't know, just something like that. And everybody kind of shares with you, and the end result on this place, I think the like end thing for you to take away from this is it is not particularly close to like main roads or thoroughfares, which is both a blessing and a curse because it means you're kind of far away from Ottawa and kind of like centers of magic and the sanctuary. It's not far, but it's not close. It's like uh, you probably checked with Trope when he dropped you off. You're probably like a 2 to 3 hour drive from like the sanctuary. And it's like on the one hand, you're pretty out of the way, so people aren't going to bother you. On the other hand, you're pretty out of the way, so if you need to go to like meetings or something, you got a bit of a travel to do. There is a you know, small town that is close by enough that you can like special order things and get supplies and like get people in there. You know, you may, if you need like specialist help to get this place up and running, you can have them, you know, stay in town. But also the town's not like in your back pocket, and based on Mr. Cody and the people you saw walking around, they couldn't give a shit that you're strangers, and they have no kind of impetus to get into your business at all, so they wouldn't be bothering you. It seems like a pretty like keep your nose down, mind your own business kind of town. So nobody's going to, if people, that townspeople are going to talk amongst themselves that there's weird black robed people that live on the mountains, they're absolutely not fucking telling anyone outside of town. They're not that kind of people. There's a lot to work with here. It's a great like start, but the problem is you can't just like hire carpenters to like, you know, wall up some rooms and stuff. You're gonna need specialists who do like mining and things like that. There's definitely like, you're gonna have to put money into this and time and expertise to like get this from being a like kind of poor shitty temple, which it can be right now, to a good temple. And it's not the cheapest option, although it is, you know, decently cheap compared to the other ones. So that's kind of the gist. It's the of the three options, it's the farthest away. It's the one that does not necessarily need the most work, but needs the most specialist work, which is potentially more expensive. Um, it it is somewhat move-in ready. Are you giving me a boy? Oh, hello, Shishido. I can hear my voice coming out of Mooney's phone. Hello, Shishido. Oh, oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Yeah, basically, there's a lot of pros to this place. There are some cons, but none that are major. Just mostly, you'd have to put a lot of work into this place. And after you get the little tour, you're now stepping back outside into the non-cave area, and Mr. Cody is just kind of like, yeah, not permitted to start active mining anymore, but we can get you some permits for minor construction, safety additions, things like that. Um, we are committed to kind of rehabilitating the nature in this area, so we won't tolerate any kind of dumpage or chemical spill or anything like that, especially if you look downhill. That's the lake and the forest that we also purchased with a property that the town is keeping ownership of. But other than that, I don't want to pay to haul out this generator, the filtration unit, the digging machines, the trailer, anything like that. So I'm just throwing that all in with the price.
Cal's like nodding and kind of like noting all this down in her notebook, and she's definitely paying attention. Though I think he would probably get the vibe of being like, "You have not like won her over. This is just like information for her. She's not particularly like excited about it." She is going to say like, "Can you tell me more about the town, the general area? Any ghost stories, local legends?"
Well, there's a couple of local legends and stuff. Mostly, this is primarily a native town, so we got mostly native legends. We've got, the ghost horse story that's pretty common in these parts. We've got some stories of the hunt walkers who are um, uh, dead Ojibwe warriors painted out in ghost makeup who hunt kinslayers and betrayers and oathbreakers. Um, there's some animals in the woods, a lot of deer, a little bit of elk, beavers, and small critters and stuff like that. A couple of the kind of more, I don't want to say magical, kind of the critters that white people don't think exist. There's some, like Elkathors and Osajibways in the trees around here and stuff like that, but nothing major that's like a real local legend. And I think we can abstract from there of just being like, hey, I've got some other people looking at the property. You can tell that's uh, not exactly a lie, but not the full truth of like maybe there's one other person looking at the property. But yeah, he is. I think you can just kind of tell of being like, this is kind of like this has been sitting wasted for a long time, so it's not exactly priced to move, but it is definitely like cheaper than it kind of should be. Um, and you don't really know whether that's like a friend of Elder Longfisher's discount or being like, I want to stop dealing with this fucking mine discount. But yeah, he just says, here's my phone number. Give me a call when you decide. I'm probably going to keep it on the market for another 2 or 3 weeks, and we'll see what happens. Okay, guys, I think I need to think I need to get back. I have Manfred coming with the car to the sanctuary. You know, don't want to be late.
Which outfit did you end up picking?
Oh, it was the cream dress with the really
Oh,
conservative, big
yeah,
collar. Yeah.
yeah, that's the one. Just don't stain it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't wear it now, because I didn't know how dirty we were gonna be. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I went with that one. I think it's very conservative, and my aunt didn't pick it out, but Manfred picked it out for my aunt, and she's seen it in me before, so I hoped that maybe that would help. Yeah, I think I got to get back. If you want to visit the other temples by yourself.
Okay.
Is there anything
What's
else you want to do, like, in town? Do you want to, like, not take Mr. Cody's word and, like, explore a little bit before you head back, or is it just drop metal off onto the next place?
got metal off?
Yeah, Cal would check with May, Kekano, and Fish if they wanted to like take a break for lunch and like be back at the sanctuary for an hour. Otherwise, she's just like, once I'm done, I get to just collapse at a sewing desk and not speak to anyone.
Yeah, May just following Cal's lead.
Yeah.
Kekano's like, I'm not particularly hungry yet. I had a big breakfast.
No,
Okay.
onward then. Good luck with you, Metal.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I won't need it, but we'll see. And when you teleport back for just a moment to the sanctuary so that she can head off, and you are on to the next temples if you want.
The moment Metal leaves, May is like, "What was that all about?" to Cal.
Fish turns straight to May and says, "Okay,
We're a little concerned.
her aunt is a terrible person.
Yeah.
It's like a mansion. I'll describe it to me. It's like a big. It's a mansion, but it's a prison. Butler, restrictive life. They were gonna marry her off, something like that.
She's only what 12? How old? I don't know. 20, whatever age she is.
She says that
yeah,
she is 20. Yes.
All
yeah,
right,
she's
that
20.
is young.
Which seems old to me.
Yikes.
But
It is old when
Eh,
you're
w-
3 weeks, yes.
yeah.
8
I mean,
weeks.
how
Sorry.
how much is 20? Like, is it like 4
Years.
weeks or 5 weeks, like in 2? Like
No,
2 or
it's
5 weeks? It's a long time.
okay. A year is 52 weeks.
Oh my god! That's so
Yeah.
many weeks.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, so Metal's 20. I'm 93. How many weeks is that?
That's like 1,000 weeks. You're 1,000 weeks old?
I am.
That's a lot, Dad.
Now do you see why I wasn't worried about the 4 days?
I guess in perspective to like 10 billion 100 days, 4 days is not a lot, but it seems like a lot to me.
It does. I understand and respect that. Anyway, yeah, we don't like that lady.
Noted.
Too bad, by the way. Cal went 93.
Yeah, May's like internally. They sure don't act like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in mutual bitchiness, being like,
And Kekano's like, my dad is so old and wise.
So
old
otherwise.
I was like, how old are you, May?
Patrick, I actually don't think the original age I gave for May is probably right now that we've been in the campaign. But
I'm like,
yeah, it's younger than 93. I'm pretty sure.
How much?
It's younger than 93. It's like between 70 and 90.
I think, yeah, I remember it being in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it looks like she would be between like mid 40s to probably like 70s at the oldest.
Hmm.
Well, she gives Cal her age, and Cal's like, yes, and you are really centuries more mature. 93, what were they doing?
Hmm? Doing what?
Nothing.
I've been out and about, you know.
Having a walkabout.
Yes, no, it's the Dentels.
Yes.
Yes.
Seem like a very proud, important family. She starts to be like, my sis. I know someone who had even heard of them, despite not being that involved / living in America very long.
Well, I guess we'll keep an eye on her. I don't want to
Yeah.
presume, but that was very odd. She seems off.
She has been acting a little strangely the last few days. She
Yeah.
hasn't broached the subject.
When May has been like trying to find funding for digs and stuff and kind of like, you know, having to glad hand at events every once in a while, how much do
Flat
you
hand.
think Yeah, gladly hand. How much do you think that she has had to do with like kind of like sorceress nobility or just like important families in Europe?
I think May has definitely like networked. Whether she's been successful at it is another matter, but like I'd like to think she's knocked on her fair share of doors and been like, "Hi, I'm your local magical archaeologist. Would you like to
Okay.
support me?" Yeah.
Because I mean, you know, especially at the time period this was, and May was starting out her career, a lot of archaeology was like, "I'm a rich person who is bored. Go do digging for me. Here is money." So I think it's actually pretty feasible that the um, metals legacy family is actually the western branch of the Dentels. They are originally a European legacy family. So I think it's entirely possible that May is like, I actually at least have heard of like this
Roll a
this
history,
legacy
shall I?
family. Yeah, roll history.
That was a 24.
24.
Yeah.
Okay. The Dentels are kind of like in a fucked up way, like the Habsburgs of being like maybe there's only a small family that's like actually the Dentels anymore. They have at one point been married and part of every single like important family in European history. You know that the like main branch of the Dentel family, not the New World branch, but the Old World branch, is based in England and has historical ties to France, Germany, and Spain. You'd vaguely kind of remember some fucking rich asshole explaining to you their coat of arms and what it means, which I can tell you if you're interested because I actually thought of
Sure.
it, but I
Yeah.
never thought of reason why it would ever be relevant to the campaign. Um, if you go to Documents and Handouts channel and scroll about halfway up, um, there is their crest of the
Oh, yeah.
Western Dentels, um, and the it is a lightning storm opposite a ink bottle with a uh, uh, inverse plaid D, crowned by the crown of jaws and the crown of teeth. The legend of they stick their paws under the fucking door all goddamn day, every room they're not in. The Dentel legacy family, way back in time, I see you playing solitaire on Neopets, hon. Way yeah, back in the day, like maybe like 2 or 300 AD, there was a somewhat legacy family that came from Germany that was mostly elementalists, and their daughter married the like mage warrior king of a group in southern Spain, who their actual like symbol of authority was a crown made of the split jaw of a wolf. Um, um, and their original name was, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it was like the Proto-Spanish for dental, for teeth. And when they combined with the German side of the family and set up as a new house in France, they changed it to Dentel, which means lace. And so they are the lace house. In that kind of like invisible but always there tying things together house. Yes, as like snooty and rich and powerful as the Western Dentels and like Metal's family are, they are the junior poor bumpkins compared to the European ones.
Okay. Does would May know if in the same vein of May like rolling ages ago to see whether Cal's temple is deeply fucked up, would May have a grasp of like whether the Western branch is similarly nasty and stinky?
Yes, just generally speaking, of being like, I know that my branch is nasty and stinky. I have to assume the New World ones are just as bad.
Cool.
This is absolutely like level of, especially tied in with kind of the aristocracy of the time. The main Dentel house is absolutely like, I can't eat this. A peasant touched it. Of like absolute stick up the ass bastards of out of touch rich people. So yeah, you have no reason to assume that Metal's aunt and her family is any different.
Cool. In which case May is simply gonna go, she's from the Dentel family. And she's working as a detective? What did she do? Murder someone? Why are they allowing her to do such work work so beneath someone befitting of her station?
Fish
I feel like-
filtering.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like we've heard the like I begged part of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, well the aunt's an asshole, but Metal's parents were like cool, apparently. They're dead. Don't worry about it. I mean, like, she seems not to. But like, yeah. They were cool.
Meanwhile, Metal constantly thinking about her parents and always spiraling about like, how did they die? What was the mystery?
Yes, Fish is wrong and an asshole.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they worked for the sanctuary at some point. And look, point is, precedent was set, and Metal got to come work.
I see. Well, sorry, should we move on? You know how I get. I could ask questions all day.
You could.
Oh
Well,
no, it's,
you
maybe
can continue.
ask her about it. Yeah.
We are going to have a biased slant. The woman didn't even bother to stick around when Metal got shot to pieces at a meeting a week ago.
Yeah, that did happen. She left. Metal got shot with a big gun that was real loud. Like a big gun. Like, think of a gun you're thinking of, and then like big, and then like bigger.
I
Yeah,
see.
It was a big gun, about as big as another tool that you own.
May rolls inside for herself to try and know. That's terrible. That's a 10, so she doesn't get the joke.
also doesn't get the joke. Privately, she thinks
The-
no one thinks you're funny.
No, with a 10, you think a Car? I don't have a car.
I almost bought a car, but it was shit, and then I was teleported here, so I really don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, yeah.
But, well, you can move on, and we can give you maybe some information that Metal would be more reluctant to tell you herself, but you can ask her directly. She can give you. I know very little about her parents, for example.
I think I'll ask her directly first. I'm not in the habit of stealing secrets from people.
Do you ask her before
You're an
gets dropped back
archaeologist.
off at the-
Oh, I imagine this whole conversation was after Metal was long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Metal's gone.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, you also in the fact that she's been acting weird these last few days. None of you actually know why she's visiting her aunt. You just know that she
Yeah.
got a letter and that she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go visit my aunt," and I'm really anxious about it. People were like, "Why?" It was like, "Don't worry about it." You know, out of game, we know she is going to beg money to pay the sensitive to figure out family secrets, but she is not revealed that information and is holding it close to the chest. So,
Well, we'll move on. You can
All right.
ask as many questions as you like. That's not actually true. You can ask questions and I'll. That is true, but they're not guaranteed to be answered.
Perfectly fair, Cleric. I
Fair
wouldn't
enough.
expect anything less.
all right. You've got 2 more temples to potentially visit. Which one do you want to visit first?
All right, let me pull up my doc again.
You've got
the
a
complex
cemetery
and the
and marina.
cemetery.
Yeah, and marina.
Do.
Spoiled for choice.
I know. I'll save the more normie one for Metal, so we'll do the cemetery.
Okay. You meet back up with Kessel, who teleports you to the shores of one of the Great Lakes. Just disappearing and reappearing to hear the sort of wind along the rocks and the lapping of the water on the shore. And you are suddenly kind of looking out on God, where the fuck did I put this thing? Which Great Lake is it? It's one of them. Lake Superior. Right? I put these all in real places, which means I then have to remember where those real places are. Yes, Lake Superior. And you are just kind of sitting on a rocky, windswept shore. There's really nothing here except for a boat kind of floating at anchor. Yeah, there's nothing going on here. There's not even like people around. This is just totally and completely a random little place. Oh no, it's actually on Lake Ontario. I was wrong.
May leans over to Cal and is like, "Is this the right place?"
Cal consults her letter and she like unfolds it because she's like written out the like uncoded version for her own reference, and she's like, "Yeah, it's in a basin. It's built somewhere on the water, I suppose. I thought it would be more obvious."
Well, there is a boat over there.
Look, I think it's a pretty good location. And Denier, I remember you said that you've never seen the ocean. Granted, this is not the ocean, but maybe it's a good starting point. And it's not like you've had any traumatic experiences with water at this point in the timeline, so you should be fine with it.
No, I haven't. I have no hard opinions about water at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna continue to not have hard opinions for like another 2 or 3 days in canon.
Do either of you
Um,
know how to operate a boat?
Of course.
There are lights on the boat, so it may be occupied.
Well,
Oh, it's like a big boat. I thought even like a
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
It's not like
fucking
it's not like a
boat
rowboat.
in
Yeah.
the
It's,
first
it's
Harry Potter,
enclosed.
Harry Potter, where they're on the rock in the sea.
It's a enclosed like a motorboat.
okay.
Not,
Oh,
very-
well,
not very big.
flag 'em
Definitely
down.
isn't inside.
let's see if the contact of Elder Longfishers is inside, I suppose.
You walk up to the through the dock, and hold on, I need to fix my sound effects.
Was that a chicken I heard for a second there?
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm. Hmm.
is there a chicken? That's an important question.
There was
Is
for
there
a second.
Yeah, I thought I heard a cluck.
chicken? You get to the boat. There is a chicken. It has a name tag. It says, "My name is Peter. Please squawk at me to talk about real estate."
Fish in base beach says, "Hi Peter, how's it going?"
No, that doesn't.
Y'all goes, is this an aisle situation?
What? This
No.
is an aisle. If it were aisle,
As-
I'd be much more excited to see it.
I didn't say it was Isle, I said Isle situation. She's not the only shapeshifter.
I don't know why someone would choose child of the chicken, but
Excuse me, were you the one that we're meant to be speaking to about the property?
this joke is going too far and I love it. I'm going to burn it. I'm going to drive it to the ground.
You arrive on the boat, and there is a chicken there, and it is wearing a name tag named Peter. It does not say anything about asking it about property. Do you still continue to ask it about property?
Fish says, "Hi Peter, how are you?" In base beach.
Okay, who are you? Do you have seeds or bugs?
Kekano, do you have any seeds or bugs?
Not on me. I think I can go find some.
Not right now, little guy. Is there a human around? Like, who's usually on this
Yes.
vessel?
Yes. Yes.
Cal looking at fish talking to a chicken is like, is this really our only lead? May
Fish, so like, okay, I'm gonna have to get up and like act this one out because you gotta. This is an important like visual that they're doing. Apologies.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I got nothing.
The
Right,
chickens
well,
start, squawking loudly, and you hear a little bit of a sound underneath in the inside of the boat. There's a little, and then human noises as someone
Oh,
climbs
those
out.
thank the saints. I think this is when the actual like child of the chicken conversation happens.
Yeah. Could have been an aisle situation. Well, it's not. It's just a chicken. But yes, Peter just kind of goes and kind of like wanders over to the ladder as an incredibly scruffy, dirty-looking man walks out from underneath and goes, "Yeah, what's going on? Why on my boat?"
Hello, sir. We are interested in
The
Looks foul.
Ghostport Cemetery and Marina. It was sent here by Gertrude Longfisher.
Oh, oh shit! Yeah, no, Longfishers. I go way back. It's yeah, that's Sarah. She's a firecracker. Oh,
I'm not going to roll insight if this guy is fucked Sarah, but God, do I want to.
I mean, knowing Sarah, her standards are not high. They are
Yeah.
probably
No,
higher
because she's
than
fucked fish. It's
unless
terrible.
she was pretty drunk. but yeah, her standards are not high. They are higher than this guy. He goes, "Oh yeah, yeah, I can take you over the cemetery is pretty hard to get to by land, so we're just gonna sail if that's all right with you."
Sounds good.
Also, this guy is like waking up from a hangover. It's fully like 12 noon. It is bright outside.
Can't help with that.
May
you look like
scroll out.
May you look like you know how to deal with a hangover pretty efficiently.
I suppose you drink some water. She's busy, like, much in the same way she got comfortable on the truck bed. She's similarly comfortable sprawled out.
Yeah,
Unlike that.
just sitting in one of the boat seats.
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, where did you go?"
Caligulus is going to turn to them and be like, is this like worth using a healing magic? Is he going to like crash into something? No, you're not supposed to use like a motor vehicle, but is it the same with boats?
May calls out, "Oh, he could certainly capsize if there's rocks big enough, but I think we'll be fine."
What's that? Rocks? There's rocks big enough?
You should know if there's rocks. It's your
Peter, are there
boat.
rocks? Peter, are there rocks by the marina? I think we're good. Peter's on it. All
Fish
right,
says to
let's.
Peter. No, shut up. Fish says to Peter, "Are there rocks?"
Where are rocks?
Can he? So like, can you actually understand what he's saying when he says to you, or is he just doing a thing of people who can't talk to animals, where they pretend they're talking to their animals so that they understand them?
Oh, Big Stinky Man? Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what he says. He makes noises at me, and sometimes he throws me seeds. And sometimes he
Okay.
picks me up, and he flaps my wings in the wind, and that feels nice.
Oh, and like, do you get along with
Titanic.
him? Is he a nice guy?
I don't know. I was on a farm, and he picked me up, and then I was here. So I've,
This guy
he
got
seemed nice
drunk and
enough.
stole Peter last night.
Yes. Yes.
From Connie. No.
Yesterday
wrong
I was home, and today I was here.
Yes, very much.
Okay, well, Fish looks up from Peter and goes, "Yeah, Peter says it's all right."
While they've been talking, Cal stood over May and went, have you ever been uncomfortable in a situation in your entire life?
Constantly. But this isn't one of them. The wind
It's
is in
just
our
you
hair, the sun's out.
I've never seen you not settle into something instantly. You
Well,
do it.
well, I don't know. I've been a lot of places and seen a lot of things and talked to a lot of people. It takes a fair bit to phase me these days. Crosses the
suppose
legs.
Yes, I suppose if that's the ability to do it, I understand why I'm operating at a disadvantage.
Well, you've not been out and about too much, have you? Of course.
Cal's like,
Like that.
Cal's like, my temple, the Paris temple, the sanctuary, the clanlands, Connie's farm, the ruins, the building that the society was scared of, listing off the other ones and being like, yes, I've been in, well, I would call that maybe about
15 different locations in my life.
Total.
Well, that's more than 14.
Which is what I was at with the previous location.
Mm.
Kekano is talking to Peter and then goes, Peter says he has only ever been at his house and here on the not house on water.
There you go,
So,
Cleric. You're doing just fine.
yeah. I think you're doing very good, Cleginus.
I really would like to stop being compared to chickens.
Yes, Fish whispers to Kekano to call her cow chickeness. Cow chickeness.
Cow chickeness.
Kekano, I will drop you out in the water knowing that you can swim.
I love being in the water. Can we do that?
Looks at Fish.
You want to swim, buddy? You want to go? Off you go.
Yeah.
How many knots can you do?
Cal gives like Cal makes sure that what's his face is looking and gives like a mage hand, like diving board.
Kekano is real fast in the water, so he is boating around. Peter is like hopping up on the gunwales to like cluck at him, and then he goes to the other side and hops up on the gunwales and clucks at him. And meanwhile, your contact, whose name you don't know yet, is just like, all right, to the marina.
Turns to May and goes, so if he passes out, are you able to operate this?
Let's roll to find out.
Genuinely, sea vehicles is a proficiency that you do not have. So give me a D20 plus 0.
That's a fucking nat 20.
Oh
May
my god.
is just
My
made to pilot shit.
You know what? You get because of that, you get proficiency with
Hell yeah.
with, water vehicles. So just write that down in your character.
Put it on the... Yes. May just inherited it from
Yep.
appearing here.
So, like, what would this be? Small, like, motorboats?
Yeah. Small
Yeah.
watercraft.
Cal
There was-
says, can you drive this boat? And May goes, yes.
Maybe I'll make it happen.
There was absolutely a time we flash back to a time in which May has not done a lot of excavations of undersea locations, but in Egypt specifically, where the delta lets out, there's a lot of underwater archaeological sites. And when you were with your parents, you were checking in on a colleague who was working on one of these sites. And when their boat broke, you ended up being the one who figured out how to fix it because it was it broke in such a way that the local guy tried to hack together a way for it to still work, and it just wasn't doing. And you managed to like partially deconstruct the engine and just entirely reroute the exhaust so that it worked again. And then they were like, "Yeah, you can try your hand at driving this boat. Why not?"
You've earned it.
Yeah, and you got some sailing experience. And then every once in a while, you just like been on a boat before.
May relays this like so laissez-faire to Cal, like, yeah, you know what it's like when you're a kid in ancient, like in Egypt, fixing boats. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Cal is like, it is a relief to hear that. I don't know how from the previous conversation you would think I would find that a relatable story.
That is a fair point, Cleric. I forget that I was not brought up like a lot of other children.
I wasn't either, I don't suppose. I felt like Mel had a pretty normal childhood, if more
Oh, I don't think she would have.
affluent.
The Dentels are. No.
More affluent. She seemed to have talked about how she didn't really see her aunt very much, just her mother and father when she was very small. She talked
Look,
about things I didn't understand, of playing and going to the movie theater, and yes.
Never been to a drive-in, cleric?
No, is that related to the movie theater?
Oh, cleric. We're going to have to take you out for a spin on the town at some point once we're all,
We're gonna
settled
have to
in.
take
Fine.
this boat to a drive-in.
We're gonna invent the
The marina drive-in.
yeah. What is how do you say drive a boat? Say the sail-in theater experience.
Sail-in theater experience, exactly.
May briefly. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, with that nat 20, this guy is not driving particularly safely. It's definitely like kind of turning and taking corners too fast, but you think he's fine. He's
Nice.
skilled enough that it's kind of compensating for the hangover. Peter the chicken is freaking the fuck out because he's never now been on a moving boat before, and Kekino is having to pour on the speed because now the boat is moving like really ramped up. It's moving a little bit faster than he can go. So you can see him just absolutely like pile on the speed and then dive back into the boat because oh my goodness.
Fish like is hanging out the side of the boat with their arms wide, like jump into my arms.
Dad! Oh, the boat goes so fast. I didn't
Yeah,
expect
it
the boat
does,
to be
but
this fast.
But you were doing really well. You're very fast too.
Thank you. I am very fast. And there are dolphins. They say hello.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, dolphins.
Do I need to jump back in and tell the dolphins you say hi? Because I will.
No,
Here, just
No.
hold my tail, and I'll duck over the side.
no,
Dog him.
don't.
Okay. Okay, Dad.
Don't do it.
As you sail out, you go around a kind of like wooded headland, and all of a sudden you see a town. And as you approach the town, it looks like he's going to go right towards it, but instead he swerves a little bit to what looks from afar of just a rock, just kind of like sticking out in the ocean. But as he dodges around some rocks that are very much there, he starts to pull into a very abandoned, just chunked marina. It genuinely looks like like Scooby-Doo ass abandoned and haunted marina of just like rotting and falling apart as this guy eases the boat in, and you can see that it is very separate from the actual town. There is a town here. There's a town nearby, and as you come in, you can see that like there's a pretty big, like, not quite like cliff face, but like really rocky area between you and the town. And you kind of understand why it is not easy to get to by land. Absolutely could have gone to by land, did not need to take a ship. That was clearly a this guy choice, but it is a little bit easier to come in by boat. And he steps off, grabbing Peter under his arms. He goes, "All right, let's go, Peter. Let's show the nice people the graveyard." And it just kind of like waiting for you on the shore. His boat is like, I'd say only May noticed this. He when he jumped off and grabbed a rope and like tied his boat up, he didn't do it properly. It was like one loop and then a loose knot and then kind of like, fuck it, and walked away. So
May fixes it. Real casually just reaches over and redoes that knot.
he is he's looking around at the graveyard waiting for you all to step off, and turns around and goes, "Oh my god, Peter, you're a natural born sailor. Would you look at that knot?" Hot damn.
May wait for the other two.
Welcome,
they step in?
everyone. to the Gosport Graveyard and Marina.
They're sipping
I'm
onto a
your
pier, right? Sorry.
host, Austin St. John.
Austin St. Jones. It's nice to meet you.
St. John's.
St. Johnson?
No, St. John.
Playing Joan as a
Austin.
come on, Bludgeon, let's go with the program.
Yes, he steps out of the marina. It's big enough for two fairly large boats, or like four kind of smaller boats, like the one Austin is driving. The marina itself, kind of like the walls and roof, are really shitty and broken open. They're kind of letting in the weather. Everything's clearly like old and kind of rotted. But the dock itself seems pretty solid as you're walking across. Doesn't seem like a lot of wood rot there as you all step off into the land. And he gestures grandly as like just 10 feet beyond where the marina lets out, and there are like, count between Death Sense and just her nose is like, this was abandoned mid-operation. Somebody left a net of fish here that then just rotted and died on this dock, years ago. And he gestures out as just behind a little, like, low 1-foot stone wall. Suddenly the land kind of shelves upwards into this kind of mountainous terrain, and there are it's a large graveyard. There are stones everywhere, a lot of them kind of cracked and in bad condition, large mausoleums carved out of granite. And as it kind of climbs and dips and climbs, you can just kind of beyond it hear like the sounds of cars in the town, of being like, this is close enough to the town to like get supplies and stuff. And it looked like a decent sized town. It was like maybe 4 times the size of the town you just left. It was fairly large, but it seems to be isolated not by distance but by kind of topography. This here is the marina, and it comes with a boat. And he lifts up a little tarp, and you can see a boat that I will say May probably knows that with a lot of love and attention could one day run again. Doesn't now, but could one day float and run again. So that's part of the package deal. And he just says, come on into the graveyard and watch your feet. And starts climbing up, still chicken tucked under his arm.
Well, I will add a
Fish is
Yes,
mirroring him with Kekano.
Yeah. Kekano is like, I'm like Peter.
I'll
Peter
do,
is very confused, by the way. He's very upset.
Upset.
He did not like being on the boat.
Oh. Well, look, maybe we can wrangle in Peter with buying the rest of the graveyard.
That could work. He seems really fond of Peter, though. But yeah.
I'll do a Death Sense vibe check as we go.
Okay, cool. Give me another Arcana, and I'll give you more information in addition to Death Sense. Actually, I would say Arcana or Religion. Whichever one you chooses what answers you're getting.
I'll do Religion for 12.
Okay. Okay, 12?
Mhm.
Okay, with a Death Sense, immediately. This was an active graveyard. It's full up, and it's old. You can tell really easily that this is a historic cemetery. These bodies have been buried a long, long time, and obviously there was no kind of public will to like move the cemetery somewhere else. So you're getting the sense that genuinely there has not been a fresh body in this cemetery in more than 100 years. It is old, and that does mean that its power has kind of like settled in a way. It has become tame to a certain extent. This is, historic cemeteries are a lot of what necromancers look for in places to set up, because it has this very like set in its ways death energy that can be easily leached, plus the additional benefit of being like new people aren't getting buried, so they're not trampling around and potentially discovering your house.
Mhm.
But as you go up with that 12 religion, you can see it was like primarily a Christian graveyard. You can see that the headstones were really nice and are now very old, and the mausoleums, which are, it's weird for mausoleums to be in this place and kind of this time period. Clearly, there was some money in this cemetery that just no longer exists. Maybe Gosport was a more important place that dried up, but clearly there was a lot of money here. And Austin goes, so it's a historic cemetery, so you can't like change much or like dig people up without permission. I guess that sucks, but some of this is technically part of the land itself, not the cemetery itself, so there is permits to work on that part. Mostly we got the smuggler's den that you can work on, and I guess, I don't know, you using this as like a, what you doing here, like a house, or like you doing a restaurant, or uh, uh, you're if it is a restaurant, make sure.
Schooling.
And squirreling?
Schooling.
Oh, schooling. I want to make sure you're not gonna serve chicken, because that'll upset Peter. Oh, schooling like a schoolhouse? He looks up at the
Something like
big
that.
mountainous graves with like glazed eyes and go, "This would be a great place for a school."
Thank you.
As you go down the pathway, you can see that there is definitely like nobody has walked in this graveyard for a long time, but there is a path that has been walked in much more recently, and it's kind of like cutting through the graveyard to a large kind of central mausoleum. And as you get there, Austin is just like, Peter, just excuse me a moment, gotta just. Oh, my back. Oh, shit, just gotta. Oh, oh, oh. Sorry, you don't mind. I know it's just. Can you give me a little help with opening the door if you just want to kind of lean in?
May does immediately. So she does give the others a look of like, get a load of this guy.
Get a load of this guy, Cam.
Yep. And with a heave and a push, the mausoleum door slides open. May, it's heavy. You could have moved this by yourself.
I thought as much.
But then he picks up Peter again and clicks on a flashlight. Click, click. And heads inside, and you see that from the outside it is a mausoleum. From the inside, it is not. You enter a small room with stairs heading down. The sound of the wind and the waves slowly fading away as you head down under the earth, and you are in a little stone chamber. There is some old beds here that are like kind of rotting away in the sea air, but clearly like people stayed here for long periods of time. And there's two rooms branching off of it, little stone chambers that uh, some of them have like empty barrels and like remnants of things. Some of them have shelves carved into it. And he's like, "Welcome to your new school. Ugh, This was a smuggler's place during Prohibition, and they hid alcohol here before taking it across the lake to the United States. And so it was where they stored all of the alcohol, and the smugglers stayed for a time. And so it's not historical, and you can change it, and you can kind of like, build stuff here and stuff. But yeah, that's what I got for you. What do you think? Guys, cash. I'll take a personal check.
Pardon me. And she's looking at her notes, and I was like, I have it in my notes that new owners must file a declaration with the county that says that I will endeavor to maintain the look and dignity of this burial place.
Uh, yeah. I mean, technically, you gotta do the paperwork. I didn't, and I got fined. So if you want to not get fined, you gotta do the paperwork. But
You
that's
got
that's up to you.
Did you get fined for not doing the paperwork or not doing what the paperwork asked?
And not doing the paperwork. I mean, there was that one time that I thought I saw a coon and I was like, oh, get off, varmint, and I kicked over a headstone, but they don't know about that, so that is the paperwork.
And we won't tell them.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah.
Patrick, so with this graveyard, as in the smugglers like made use of it, or they made this place and then the graveyard came after?
It seems like it was a historical graveyard, and then this may have been like a genuine mausoleum that was just like never used or never filled, but it became this kind of smuggler's hole. Whether it is actually like technically, as he's saying, being like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. This isn't part of the graveyard because there's no bodies here. Whether that's actually true or not, you don't know. The benefits of this place is that it is the cheapest option. You do get the boat and the marina, so like a second point of access by sea as well as by land. Um, and it is a very large kind of area that you have control over because it's a big cemetery and kind of private because of how kind of rocky it is. The downside is, of course, it is pretty close to a rather populous little town. Number of people here. Maybe people locally like to take walks in this cemetery. That seems unlikely, but it's certainly possible, and you're very close to it. And also, not a lot of like kind of groundwork for a temple here. Your temple would be a total of, to begin with, 3 rooms, which could maybe house, you and maybe 2 other people and then some food stuff. So definitely got to get some like excavators in here and start digging it out more. You can definitely dig down. You can dig under this whole like little rocky outcropping and make a more elaborate temple, but you're gonna have to put in work to make this place even like close to holding the number of people that the mine could. Um, and yes, the paperwork at the paperwork at that you saw does kind of mean that like it's theoretically possible that at some point a government official will like come in and make sure you're not destroying things, but you don't know that for sure. So the benefits are very close to a place where you can get supplies, multiple entrances and transportation, a vehicle for you, and it is very inexpensive. The This is actually I kind of wasn't looking at my notes when I gave you the cash from the society, but functionally, for all of the other places, you would need to get more money somehow. It's not enough just what you have. that is still technically true for this, but it's like pocket change. You need someone to chip in like the equivalent of like in our money, like another $1,000 or something like that to buy this property. While for even the mine, it's like, well, a little bit more than that. You got to do some negotiations, find some cash flow somewhere, and then the apartment is by far the most expensive, but just based on your reading, also the most like immediately livable. So that's the pros and cons with this one. I will say the cons are a lot, but you know, the pros are you don't necessarily have to go to Pagan and be like, look, I found us a new temple. Give me money and I'll buy it for us. Haha. You know, or try to find a like bank loan or something. You can just kind of be like, can I have some spare change? Thanks. I've got a house. I've got a temple.
May-
On Austin, pro, Peter.
Yeah. No,
Fish
it's
lists a couple
absolutely
of
true.
pros. Fish lists a couple of pros that they have noted to Cal, which is like, okay, well, you got the water, so you can be swimming and learn how to swim, and you know all the necromancers can also be swimming. And then there's the town
Yes.
that's up nearby. That's the town that's nearby, which means you can kind of like socialize and you know boost those skills.
Famous necromancer
recruiting.
activities.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why you thought those were my goals here.
Now, cleric, I only have one question. That question is, how do necromancers feel about bunk beds? Because you're certainly going to need to make use of them in this space.
Ooh, that is a fair point.
Also, communal sleeping. course,
We
the
did share
graveyard.
rooms.
The graveyard is an iconic location, though, it must be said.
Not
Another
that isolated.
Another pro of this place that I forgot to mention is it is, even though this area is kind of shitty, it is much more centrally located than the mine. The mine was like a 3-hour drive from the sanctuary. As long as you can like get into town, this is about an hour and a half's drive from the sanctuary, and you are like 40 minutes from where at the time edges of Toronto would be.
Okay.
You can get to big places fairly quickly and even faster if you go by sea. So even though there is like more people around than you would probably like, it is a small amount of people considering that you are very close to like major metropolitan areas that you can get to. You're much more, it's a way to have isolation while still being more centrally located.
Yep. Foul.
We have great jokes.
Yeah.
Anyway, how does
Yeah,
Cal
whatever.
feel about this?
She's definitely not sold. And I think she's like, if she was like part of a team of being like, yeah, consider this like a base, and you're just considering the spooky vibes and the fact it's isolated and everything else is kind of like, don't worry about it, you can make that better. I think she'd be more into it. But as an aggressive rule follower, she already was like apprehensive when it was like, oh, this is a historic area and you're not allowed to change it. And then she saw it was really shitty and she was like, ugh, I hate this, but I also won't break a rule.
You can change the marina because that is not a protected area. You can make that a nice little dock, and you are allowed with historic cemeteries to clean and repair them, but not change them in any way. So you can give the headstones a good scrub, put them up straight again. You just can't like dig them out, dig them up. But yeah, I think you look at this and you go, this could work. Maybe as a nice like you know, little you know, maybe you get this and it's like basically
An
the temple,
outpost.
and then it becomes a chapel once we find a real temple to be in. Maybe that works. But yeah. you don't have metal here, so I can't tell you that there is like, oh, maybe there's caves or things that will make the digging easier once you like bust into them or something. You have no way of knowing that because metal's not here.
They
Can
will-
May roll
As far as you know, it's just like
perception?
solid rock you gotta dig through.
I was
What were
going
you
to say,
saying?
can May roll perception to see if there's any indication? Like she's dealt with a lot of rock in her life. Like she's a fair she might be able to tell.
Yeah, give me I guess this is just like a geology check. Yeah, give me perception.
Okay, that is a 17.
A
Perception
17?
is very good.
You look at it and you look at the type of rock and you feel like, especially this close to the shore, this rock would be weared away and there would be like, it's with this type of rock this close to the water, it's fully possible there is like caves underneath and cave systems, and this is kind of like a little bit of a hollow hill in a way, but you know that those caves would be completely full of water for the most part, have like draining issues and stuff like that. And there's no way of knowing where they are. So it's like, hey, you dig straight down and it's just solid rock. You dig straight down and slightly to the left, there's a big cave you can use. There's no way of like being able to tell that, and it's much harder with the water infiltration. You got to open a cave to see if it's good or not.
May conveys this to Cal.
Well, what do you think? Hey, now?
No,
I can get the deed signed over to you right away.
no, everybody
Okay.
likes to sleep on big purchases. Are there any local legends or ghost stories here?
There's mermaids and ghost ships, and there was one time I saw this really like scary creature, and it was like and it was like because it was like and then I was like, you won't take my soul, demon, and I kicked it really hard, and then my buddy was like, why are you fighting a skunk? And I was like, I don't know, man. And this is like a demon skunk or something, like a demon skunk creature. I wrote about it for this magazine about local cryptids, and I think it's gonna get published.
I'd
Not
love
to
a
toot
copy.
my own horn. I will find you a copy.
May leans over to Cal. He's certainly selling it, isn't he, Cleric?
Yeah. I've always just thought it was a good question to ask, and everyone knows mermaids don't. I don't believe mermaids exist, much less demon skunks.
Disagree on both points.
I have never met a demon skunk, and I do not want to. They would blast me in the face, and I would be stinky, and that's bad. I got a very sensitive nose. Dad, you know this.
I do know.
Yeah, I think you get the sense just on like passive insight of being like, hey, if there is like local legends or like things that are more in the know of the magical community, this guy wouldn't know it. You may have to like look it up yourself. You're not even sure he's from around here.
I'm
In
not even
fact,
sure
now
he's
that you're thinking
coherent.
about it, it's a little dubious he actually owns this place.
He definitely doesn't own Peter.
That's true. He definitely doesn't own Peter. It is possible he owns his boat.
But then does it become my boat, or do I get a separate boat?
No, you get the shitty boat that doesn't work.
Yeah, the real
Mhm.
Pingus boat. Which May will
Yeah.
also convey to Cal at the earliest convenience that boat is technically a boat.
Yeah, Cal's going
It will
to.
float for at least an hour before it entirely sinks. There is an engine on it. It doesn't work. I can see that really obviously. It's missing a lot of important pieces, but it
The
is
components are there.
Yeah.
Cal is gonna like clap her hands and be like, "Well, yes, really, such a wonderful tour, Mr. Austin.
You.
St. John's.
St.
Thank you very much, cleric.
I was in St. John's.
At May. You were having way too much fun. It's disturbing.
May is having a good time.
Well, we must be getting back to, consult with my fellow
With the university.
teachers. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, I got you. I got you. You can just, give me a holler. I'm on my boat on the dockway most days. There's a phone number you can call. Let me write that down for you. There's a bar I go to sometimes, so they'll give me a message. If you want to send a letter with your agreement and enclose a check, you can send it to this post office. That's a little mailbox you saw by the dock, and yeah, just let me know. I think it's a great property, and comes with your own guard dog. Isn't that right, Peter?
Oh,
Yeah.
it does come with Peter. I thought Peter was your personal companion.
Well, he is, but I think he's looking to retire from the boating life. Peter is still like upset, and as Austin is like starting to walk him back onto the boat, Peter just starts like scratching the shit out of his arms with the little chicken feet.
Vicious. Well, I know it makes sense that he'd want to retire here because I do believe I noticed while I was having a look at the headstones there that his grandparents are buried here. Wants to be closer to the family. Maybe you could.
God.
Maybe you could just like leave him here for the afternoon. Get reacquainted with the old spirits.
Oh my God.
Chicken
Peter,
seance.
why didn't you tell me? Give me a deception check with advantage.
Okay. Oh, that's piss. Okay. All right.
Can May get in
15.
on the joke?
15.
15
Yeah,
is still
please.
pretty high for this guy.
only if it fails it.
No, that doesn't fail. 15 is still more than good enough. He just says, Peter, why didn't you ever tell me you had family here? Of course. I'm gonna set you up right. This headstone. This headstone. Okay. You just sit right there, and I'll get some. Pulls out like a donut and like crumbles it around him, and is like. There you go. You spend some time with your kin, and I'll come back to pick you up in like a couple hours. That sound good? Peter turns to Fish and Kekino and goes, "Oh, oh, what is the big man saying?
He's you don't have to go back on the boat for the time being. So
I don't have to go back on the boat."
no, you don't. And he's going to take us back. We're going to go. You have a couple hours to get the fuck out of here and find your way home. It's a long way around.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That sounds. Oh, I'm free. I'm free to. Oh, I don't know what this is on the ground, but it's good.
Yep.
Well, I guess thank you for my freedom.
You're welcome. I
Out of
live
insightful question.
I live to liberate the oppressed.
I mean, honestly,
true.
not
He
untrue.
My dad does liberate the oppressed. Very good at it.
Cal
yeah.
looks at Fish and Kekino and goes, "A lot of insightful conversations with local chickens."
Surprisingly, yes. More than I would expect.
He likes water less than you. I just wanted to spare him that.
I talked to the chickens on Mr. Connie's farm, and they were a lot dumber. So I think Peter is pretty good. And you jump back on the boat and head
Cal
out.
goes, Miss Gladly, aren't you going to be showing off your own skills?
Oh, Claire, I couldn't possibly deprive you of the chance to enjoy Mr. St. Jones's particular skill set. Legs
Thank
crossed,
you.
up on the nearest thing.
Oh,
I think it's
Look
good
out,
for
no.
Cal.
oh, I think I hit a whale.
Oh yes, there's freshwater whales, Mr. Austin.
Bones fun. As he gets you back to his dock. That kind of didn't take a long time at all. So it is now probably about 1 o'clock in the afternoon or so when Kessel meets back up with you. You can do your last tour if you want, or save it for another day.
What time did Metal say she'd be back? This is
One.
an ink. Yeah. Okay.
She thought it was about 1 o'clock. That was her guess.
Okay. We could. Fish's suggestion is to go back to the sanctuary, see if Metal made it back, and then proceed with or without her.
Yes, maybe grab something to eat quickly.
May is so down for whatever.
Made like more free food.
More free food, more sailing. You know, this is the best job. Just hanging out. I'm getting paid to do this. Cal was like, this is so much money and such a big decision. It is so stressful. And May's like, I'm just having a good time.
He's like, wow, is this what it's like all the time at the sanctuary?
As you teleport back to the sanctuary, yeah, you get some lunch. Today it's a nice casserole, green bean and chicken, and you get some lunch. Kekino gets some lunch.
Is
He
Jamal
has
in the canteen?
yelling from the other room. Anybody who wants can give me a perception check.
I was gonna say I would like a perception Jamal check.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in me doing it because she doesn't know. But if someone else wants to,
Perceive for Metal is what I'll do.
Okay.
and he's
dirty
receiving
20.
for the donuts. Hey!
Dirty 20. All right.
7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're in the cafeteria as getting some lunch. Kakino has an orange juice and is very happy. And you are looking around. For Fish, you do see Metal, but you don't see her soon. We're gonna say that 7 is that pretty much you go the entire meal without seeing her, and then realize she's been sitting there the entire time.
Sad.
Once you,
Alright. Well, then
once you
they're just
do-
eating silent.
Yeah. Once you do notice her, she is sitting by herself. You can see people coming up to talk to her, and then when she's not really responding, walking away. She is just like not even really eating, just like staring a hole through her plate and through the table, just looking haunted. And with that dirty 20 for Cal, much earlier in the meal, yes, you walk in, and as soon as you are in the room, you see Jamal with a plate, getting some food. He's got like a pastry hanging out of his mouth, and he is like scribbling in a notebook furiously. Clearly, like lost track in a thought. So like people are like having to like stop and be like, "Is he in line? No, I'll just walk around him," because he had a thought while he was getting food. Yeah, he's here. What are you gonna do?
Cal looks at him, and it is not full. It is not to the point of affectionate, but it is fond. She gives him a fond look that he is obviously not paying attention to, and then she plans to sit at the table and ignore him. Sit at a different table.
No one can see the fond look anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will say, I do think you would be able to notice if you were paying attention. Direction of Jamal, head tilt. And I
Yeah.
think at this point
Little
you could
body
be
twitch.
like, you know, it's like the skullduggery level head tilt. You're like, that one's not a negative one. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
May's just eating.
Yep. As you're pounding down the food, getting some lunch, maybe discussing some of these issues with the two places you've already been, and like, do we want to go to the next one? We got to find Metal, and then maybe decide maybe she's not back yet. You here? Oh, hey. Um, hi everyone.
Hey.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Um, hello, Denier. Is this seat taken? Do you mind if I sit here?
Looks for Metal, because Metal, I think, always sits next to her, and then she's like, I suppose not.
Okay, I'm just gonna, excuse me, Fish. Just gonna, sits
Hell
down.
no.
Yeah. Sits down next to Cal and takes a couple like very quick bites of food, of being like, get food in before I start talking. So I found some new information that I hope you've been interested in. I think I found another necromancer that we've been looking for. I believe they ended up in the Temple of the Moon Path. So I think maybe we can talk to them. They apparently came from the last temple we haven't found, the one out west. The quickly like wings back and forth between his notes. Temple of the Shattered Mountain. I do think we're narrowing it down. I do think it's somewhere sort of out Vancouver way, maybe in that mountain range there. It's definitely somewhere between Calgary and Vancouver, but I really think we could narrow it down if we had someone who had, been there and escaped. Maybe we need to make a call or something like that. Yes, that's what I've been working on. Is there anything interesting you would like to share with me?
Cal has her PTSD flashbacks of the day, and she goes,
It's not been a day of revelations that it's been a little difficult.
and then as May like leans further, and she's like,
You haven't met Miss May Godley. She's a
I will say, when you're like, it's been kind of a rough day, I haven't made a lot of progress, because he asked you in kind of like a research sense, and he doesn't know that you're not doing research. He just goes, I mean, you're really smart, so sometimes it's just it kind of comes together. You just need to sit on the information for a while, and you'll put things together. It'll even if you haven't made any breakthroughs now, you just got to keep working at it, and it'll come to you. I'm confident.
not the concern, but thank you.
Oh, hi. I'm Jamal.
This is May
Megan.
Godley.
Mega is in for a firm fucking handshake. She's not rolling insight yet, but she's observing the interaction. And through
I am imagining the most like aggressive, attractive body language. Like your shoulders and elbows are all and toes are all pointing at her.
It is that definite thing of like, he's talking to May like this, like he's just like twisting his whole torso while like still facing towards Cal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He goes, Miss Gladly, I actually filled out some paperwork for you. You are our new junior arcanist. That's very exciting.
Yeah, I sure am. Sorry, what was your name?
Jamal Tractate. I'm a junior archivist. It's close, pretty close. Yeah, I usually work across the hall from the arcanists in the archive. So maybe I'll see you around. And it's always good to meet new friends of Denier.
May rolls inside. The friends of Denier bit has her like. That's very specific. That is a 13.
Fish is just pushing the food around on their plate, not actually eating it.
Yeah, 13. And May being like, this guy's steel.
With a 13, I think you get definitely like the body language of interest from him and the body language of kind of embarrassment from Cal. So I think you get like, okay, not like friends maybe, but very friendly. Maybe I think a 13 enough is to get like maybe a little bit of Romo vibes, at least one-sided, from Jamal. So yeah, I think that's what you get.
Nice.
Well, yeah, while May's doing that, Cal will add, like,
Yes, I've only known May for a short time, but she does make quite an impression.
and I think you get the vibe that if anybody paying attention is that would be very sarcastic and mean about pretty much anyone else.
And May
is like
definitely like,
a little
oh my
like,
god.
I do remember when I thought just a few days ago that this woman was too intense. And she hasn't let go. Like, May is too much, too risky. But it is now like, yeah, that's very impressive.
May picks up the
There's
Romo
a
stuff.
significant delay, and Hun, you are in a pretty significant delay, and I think your screen cutting out a bit. Can you start talking again? See if there's still a delay. She's gone.
Cal preemptively fled the scene.
Yeah.
Hello, I went off the internet because I could hear what was happening through my headphones versus Patrick in the other room. What's up?
Oh, you didn't actually hear me when I was telling it? That's interesting. Yeah, you're totally fine now. Weird. Yeah, as Cal is making this kind of like snarky comment and stuff.
It wasn't snarky, it was affectionate.
Yeah, it was affectionate, but would have been snarky, is what I meant. Would have been snarky with someone else. Jamal is just kind of like eating a little bit and enjoying the company, and then he's suddenly like, "Oh, I was actually getting some of this food for one of the other researchers. I need to go. Denier, always great to see you, and I'll pass over those new notes I have. Miss Gladly, very nice to meet you. Fish." And then walks away.
May doesn't say anything right away.
No, Fish says nothing. Fish doesn't engage.
Is Cal gonna say anything?
Did Kekano like wave at Jamal or any sort of acknowledgement between the two of them?
Yeah, just a nice little wave. I think that'd be good. Once he's fully walked away, Fish, without looking
Kekano
up, goes...
absolutely. Kekano absolutely did a like, "Bye, Jamal." Oh, I didn't
Jamal
see you
waved
there.
back?
Bye, Kekano, and
Yeah.
waves back.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's a red flag for Cal.
They're doing these ones as they're like just messing around on the plate, not looking up. So that was Tractate.
Oh, he seems. Also, May not looking at Cal, but like just focusing on him. He seems quite nice, cleric. And May is like out of the corner of her eye. It's like, is there a change in the veil? What's her body language doing?
Did she move? Did she react? You're super robot-y for me.
Oh
and I
yeah.
can't understand you at all. I'm sorry, hon. I don't know what's happening with our Wi-Fi. I can hear you through the wall, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, you're completely
Cannot
frozen for me now.
You're completely frozen. Yeah, you need to exit out, and I'll double check the Wi-Fi, but it says from the computer that it's working.
And you're going in and out for me, Patrick, in terms of video quality, but audio is largely fine.
Sorry, babe, someone wants to let you buy something.
Well, no, it's everyone's having trouble with it.
Oh.
Sorry, vibes. I can hear you speaking in the next room, but I can't hear you on video yet. You are loading
Yeah.
in.
How is this?
I
Can
now
hear.
Can hear you.
Better? Good? Not robot-y?
No.
Not roboty.
Well, my iPad wasn't working before, but I guess it's working now. Can you see me on camera?
No.
Nope.
All right, same problem, but whatever. At least the audio works.
You are floating
Um,
boxes. I double checked the Wi-Fi, and our speed has dropped a little bit, but it went back, and it seems fine now.
Right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
whatever. We're almost done. So I'll just do this without the camera. Anyways, but yeah, she's like, yes, probably too nice for his own good. Thus the lack of experience in combat.
I see. Well, I can't wait to get to know him a bit better.
I think you
Not
would get
looking at
along.
anyone. Yeah, I get
Yes.
that sense. Well, we both have something in common, Dania. Can you guess what it is?
Enjoyment
Brains.
of research.
Well, we both like you very much, obviously.
Um.
And May's very jokey about it. She's not being a
Yes.
bitch, but she is like she's probing a little.
Fish, I think, to bother Cal and entice May, just goes, "Oh, you wouldn't believe what the things that he's said. It's not the right place for it, though. I won't get into it." Oh, is that metal? Hold on, I'll go get her.
May just looks
Cal
at
points.
Cal.
Wait, when Fish goes to like walk over to like metal at her sad solo table, she points at May and goes, "Did they set you up for that?"
No. It's just he seems to like you a lot. And he seems
That's a-
nice.
He is nice. The other part is something that Fish is particularly fixated on making a problem.
May's gonna roll for insight when Fish gets. This is the proto binder beginning. Anyway, May's just gonna be like, oh, that's
The
odd.
vibe I will say you're getting from Cal is, yeah, Fish is being a fucking asshole about the fact I have a friend and I'm aware. Maybe
Yeah.
if you rolled on it, that would be like the surface level if you rolled more, being like, yeah, I'm also aware. That's not what this is about. Fish is just being a dick by pretending that like this is the most important part of our being research buddies, which is clearly the relationship hierarchy.
Yeah. So, what does Cal actually say to May again? Sorry, just that Fish is being a dick about it.
Yeah, Fish. That's something Fish is particularly fixated on making a joke of.
Well, that's odd and cruel, I suppose. I'm sorry to hear that.
Odd and cruel is a fairly apt description for Fish. Unfortunately, I think you will start to discover in many ways you were seeing them on good behavior at the ruins.
Hey,
That
that's
is
not
alarming.
fair to Dad. Dad was possessed.
No, I agree. They were possessed and therefore spent less time on hijinks, teasing, nonsense.
Oh.
They were a lot more
That's
focused.
funny. But Cal, that is also mean.
It's not mean at all. It's accurate.
May's just watching this like, oh boy.
What did I walk into?
She's like, what color am I doing the binder? Yeah, you Fish comes back with metal and it's just
Here
like,
she is. I found her. She was
"Oh,
hiding.
hey everyone. I
Hiding?
wasn't hiding. I was just, focusing on lunch because it's important to have 3 meals a day.
Are we a
Good British
distraction
eating.
from lunch?
Hmm?
Are we a
What?
distraction from lunch?
No, I'm totally fine. So I spent some time with my aunt. It was
Mhm.
great to see her, and she did. I don't quite remember. I think I told you I needed some extra money to go to the sensitive. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, she did give me the extra money, but she is now coming with me, which
Oh,
is great. Um, so she'll be there tomorrow for my appointment.
well, why don't you just find another sensitive? Decoy, maybe.
Um, yeah. I mean, I've looked a little bit, and I've asked around. I don't really want any of the um sanctuary sensitives, just kind of crossover with work. That doesn't seem super professional. um,
Okay, so when you say that she's coming along with you, obviously, like, that's the same way that I offered to come along with you, as in, sit in the waiting room, right?
I hope so.
And
Um,
if not,
I think she is concerned because my mother was her younger sister. She was like, I also have a right to know what happened. Um, so I think she wants to be kind of part of it.
Hmm. Is that a concern for you?
Um, a a little bit of a concern, but I think everything's great, and I think everything's going to be great, and we just gotta get through this and find our answers, 'cause that's all that matters.
Hmm.
Fish wordlessly passes Kekano into her lap.
She's like in stretch zone, so she doesn't even notice. She just picks up Kekano and just goes. Oh, I love you too, Metal. Too tight, too tight, too tight. Tap out. Yeah.
Remember, Kekano,
Without,
the safe word is Garfield.
I remember Garfield. You're gonna squeeze out my lasagna.
um, yeah, just without an insight check, it looks like she's going through it and she's not happy about it. But she got someone who has gotten her a lot closer to an answer than anyone ever has, and is now kind of doubling down. I don't think you get the sense that that's necessarily a good idea, but it is what she's doing. So anyway, how was the trip to the I think you had the marina left and the apartment building? How
The
did that
marina
go?
was terrible. I hope the apartment building was less dire.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I can come with you now if you'd like, and maybe I
Yes.
can help in some way.
That's why we headed back to come get you.
Oh,
Has,
I mean, and lunch too. Lunch is important. Okay,
has
yeah,
Metal
that sounds
changed out of the
great.
cream dress?
No, she is still in it. It does have like a small spot of food on the collar, as she clearly like went from her meeting, went straight to eating, and has been disassociating until this current conversation.
Okay. Well, Fish says, "You look nice."
Oh, thank you. My aunt thought so too, and so did Manfred. He actually complimented me on it.
Does
My aunt
cream
didn't.
dress give Elise vibes in any way, or like totally
N-
different?
No, totally different. It's kind of like a cream dress with like little flower patterns and stuff like that. It might have been like Elise when she was like 12, but her fashion style kind of like diverged from there to being more like elegant and graceful and showing off. Well, this is just like a pretty dress that looks good on her. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it is, I would say, with Cal's expert eye, slightly small. So clearly something she got when she was a little younger. But yeah, she was just like, my aunt didn't actually say anything about the dress, but I could tell that she liked it. Manfred, did talk about the dress. Yeah, he was glad.
Metal, get ready to tee up your famous line, okay? Okay? Yeah? May,
Okay.
ask her how old she is.
How old are you? Metal?
Oh, I'm 20.
Yeah, that's the fucking one.
I didn't realize that was like my thing. That's fun, I guess. Um,
You say it a
yeah,
lot.
yeah. I mean, I'm 20. um, I know I'm kind of young, but I still think I can help. Anyway, let's head out and go to this last place and really focus on something else that isn't me. Um,
Chell's like, hey, I call dibs.
she doesn't say that. She is giving that vibe.
Yeah.
Let's go. Do you want a drink? And then I sprint away. Yeah, you head out to the apartment building.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's 7:08. Do we want to?
Dinner's at 7:30 is what I said.
What about y'all? What about the Australians?
Yeah.
I
What
could
about
do
the
this for ages.
Yeah, I could also, but like, you guys have dinner and we can do the apartments next time.
My point was dinner's not ready yet, so it's
Yeah.
just like,
Oh,
are we ending here and chatting for half an hour, or are we continuing session and then chatting is maybe a little shorter?
If everybody's given a thumbs up, Patrick, that's just your call.
I say we keep going. I'll just try to make this one a
Hey?
little faster. You
all right, then I'll mute
No
myself.
Peter. No
yeah,
shenanigans.
no Peter, no shenanigans. You finish lunch, head out to Kessel, who is eating on the steps of the hotel. It is clearly like takeout from somewhere, so he teleported somewhere, got lunch, and has now been just eating sadly and waiting for you to come back. But he takes you to the apartment building. It is a little town called Linwood, or sorry, Lynxwood, which is right along a river, a little bit to the north of you, and there is like a very classic real estate for offer sign out front with a uh, little arrow pointing to a side office. Um, the As you head over there, you go into a very kitschy little room office, clearly kind of like an office at the front of a house, if that makes sense. Like the rest is the living area, and you see a woman in a very very pink pantsuit.
Chell's like, I'm glad I brought metal.
All right, I'm sorry. One shenanigan. Um, How hot is she? 20, not 20. Tell me.
Nat
Tell me
20?
now. Tell me
Uh,
now.
there is a little bit of like oh, I guess she could be hot before the like customer service facade activates and all semblance of personality disappears underneath. She's very kind of like frumpy mom energy in a way.
Oh, Fish hates it.
Yeah, she's just kind of like cute. Looks like she's maybe in her mid to late 40s, early 50s. Her hair is in something of a beehive that is just like plastic. It has so much spray in it. And she's got a little string of fake pearls. And yeah, it's just, she could be cute to a certain demographic, but not really Fish's type. Oh, hello. Welcome, everyone. Come in. No, take a seat. We've got some little candies in a bowl here. And how can
This
I
is a
help this
white
fine
woman,
day?
right?
Hmm?
This is a white woman, right?
This is a white woman.
Yeah, I was like, what is the connection to Elder Longfisher hair? The other two freaks I got.
This is a white woman. Yeah, it is up to you to find out. Do you ask?
Yeah, I think Cal does her like little fucking baby little handshake, and then she's like,
Hi, yes, I'm here to talk about the property. I was referred by Gertrude Longfisher.
Oh, nice to meet you so much. My name's Charlene. I'm Charlene Waller. Yes, I don't know a Miss Longfisher, but I was commissioned to sell this property by a Mr. Ghost. So maybe they're friends in some way. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just here to check out the property. I did get a note that someone would be coming in the not too distant future. Let me just double check that here. Yes, sir. Yes. A woman in black was the only description I was giving. So, it could be you, but it sounds like you. But I mean, hey, yeah, it's probably you. Why don't we start on a tour? How does that sound?
Good.
All right, guys and gals, let us shake our little buns and walk on over there, okay? Follow me this way.
Is it pet friendly?
Oh, you've got a little... Is that a seal?
guys.
Yes, this is my seal.
Oh, I've never met a seal before. I mean, I wasn't totally sure you could have a seal as a pet. That's so interesting. Oh, hold on.
Well, he's not a pet. He's a member of the family.
Fifi!
Oh,
She
fuck.
appears from the white
Another
room,
chicken.
back room with a very white dog, like a little bison
Crusty?
fiché of being
Crusty?
like.
Does it got the fucking like bloody fucking
It does have crusts. And as she is lifting it up, she takes out a little comb and she combs out the crusts. There you go, nice and pretty. Oh, give me kisses. Oh, Fifi. Okay. This is my dog. Maybe they can be friends. She's never met a
No.
seal either. I could, I guess.
Don't talk to this lady. I think she's mortal.
Oh, okay. Can I talk to the dog?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Just kind of like leans his nose out, and the dog is like squirming to get closer.
Dad, the dog asked if I was a fish that he could eat, and when I said no, he got upset. I think I'm not gonna be friends with this dog.
Don't be friends
Yes,
with the
of
dog.
course we're pet friendly here. In fact, why don't I just take Fifi with us on our little tour? Won't that be so fun? Oh, come on, y'all.
What is the expression on May's face? Is it an Ellie face? What does Cal get when she looks back at her?
It's very thinly veiled, like she's putting on a nice, like, oh, this is so much fun, but inside she's like, ugh.
My camera's not on, but I
Dog
did
is
that
crusty.
yeah, scrunching your nose where you're like
Yeah.
smiling so hard, your face is scrunching, but it's like, ooh.
It's exactly
What about
that,
Metal?
yeah.
Metal is like a little shocked by the whole thing. She was like, "Oh yes, hi. Oh, there's a dog now. Hello, okay, the dog's leaving." Just like a little bit kind of like left on the back foot. Everything that's been happening, but seems to be like mildly concerned about this woman, but not like kind of disgusted with her or anything like that. Just kind of like, oh, this is an interesting energy to bring. And you head back out to this woman carrying her dog and saying, "Come on, don't dawdle. We gotta walk on over. And I've got the keys here." And you see this place from the outside. It is a very small, like city that is built along the curve of this river. You realize that you're walking by kind of a major north-south road in the area. So there are like a decent number of cars coming past every once in a while. But this city itself seems to have an amount of people, but it's not right next to you. It's a little bit down the ways. You're kind of in the burbs. Charlene is just like, yeah, so this is a very famous kind of architectural wonder here. It was first designed as sort of like an experiment by this wonderful guy, Paul Renault, and he wanted to create, this idea of a community in a single building, so they were all kind of interconnected. Isn't that interesting? And this is a small town where it's like the tallest building is 2 stories, and then there is a full like modern apartment complex with 2 big towers and then like a bridge going across the middle of it that is like maybe 15 stories. It is large. And does not go in with the natural environment at all. But as she opens the door and lets you in, you see just like super ugly, like bright lime and red swirl carpet, like chairs that are very clearly like designer chairs and therefore look kind of interesting and would be uncomfortable as shit to sit in. And then you get past like essentially the lobby and it's entirely unfurnished. And clearly that was just like the set dressing. And she takes you into this apartment complex. It is called The Complex in the on the walls in the grand old urbanist style, and she explains that it was built as this experiment in the late 1910s, and then was just almost entirely abandoned. But you find out pretty soon after you get in that people do still live here. It is still an active apartment complex building. Not a lot of people. Most of them have disappeared or wandered off over the years, finding other housing. There are still some kind of like old people, original tenants who are in here, and of this, probably about, um, probably about 600 apartments in this building, minus kind of like public areas and stuff. There's still 51 people that live in this building. And you would be both the you would be the new landlord as well if you purchased it as your new potential temple. Um, this is very like weird urbanist experimental. There's like an indoor food garden under a skylight that clearly isn't going to work because if it's cloudy or there's snow, there's not enough sunlight to grow anything. A decent amount of the complex actually seems to be underground, which Charlene explains was part of the point of the project, about like when it's snowy and cold outside, you can still be part of the community by just walking over to the neighboring tower. And there's like fully an abandoned movie theater down there, and like what clearly used to be a restaurant before it was gutted. You get the sense between what you're seeing and Charlene's stories that this is like, this guy came in with big dreams that this was going to be the hot thing, and every new like housing complex was going to be like this, and he poured all of his money into it. And then like some people kind of moved in, and all of the like things he had put it to like barely function just to like draw people and investors failed, and people kind of pulled out, and then it just like slowly fell into ruin. Yeah, that's most of the vibe you get. She does introduce you to a couple that live there. They're like in their 90s, and are living in one of the apartments. Most of the apartments aren't furnished, but take what you can get for this money. And there is a network of like maintenance tunnels and things underneath. There is also, and this is, yeah. Do you want to death sense the old folks?
I was gonna do a general death sense, but they can inspire her death sense.
Yeah, you're close to the grave. Let's see how many people died here. You do your death sense.
Folks younger than Cal and Fish, and maybe May.
Yeah, and see that. I mean, they're not doing great, but they got maybe a couple more years in them. And as you're doing death sense around, you're not really getting much of anything. But then you start getting kind of lit up in the like community food garden area, and there's a little like open arch structure in the middle of it that you kind of gravitate towards. And once she sees your attention, Charlene just goes, "Oh, you noticed this unique little quirk. I hesitate to mention it, but it's a I believe it's called a columbarium. It's for cremated remains, just sort of where they're buried, essentially. Just like a little thing. The architect wanted kind of the whole cycle of human life to take place in the complex, and so we do have some cremated remains stored here from former residents who have passed away and agreed to also be buried here." And she's looking at you like, "Please, I didn't want to say this. Please don't think I'm so weird. Please, please. I've had so many people leave the tour at this point."
Yeah, Cal just like nods like this is a very like normal thing to bring up, but doesn't like this woman, so she's not actually going to talk.
Okay, well, that's excellent. We'll just continue on. Fifi, no, you leave those. You leave those vegetables alone. Okay. You're just such a good girl. No, I'll just carry you again. Okay. This way, folks! And continue on. You overall get the sense, Cal, that this is far and away the most expensive of the options. But it's also the largest with the least amount of work. There is nothing you have to do to make it immediately livable. No construction, no new plumbing, anything like that. You can move in tomorrow, albeit probably without furniture, but you can move in tomorrow. And so there's less like work that you need to do for it. But there's also it's also pretty expensive because of it. There's also people who live here who are not necromancers who will be in the building with you, but it's a pretty large building, even separate from like where you could stuff bunks and like the mines. This is enough to house your entire temple plus another temple of your size. So this is a big place for a temple. This is not quite like on the square footage level of like the catacombs that draws everybody, but this would make you like physical space wise one of the bigger temples in the world.
It's also insanely noticeable.
It's also insanely noticeable. You are right by it's not at all hidden, although you could, pretend it's not a necromancer temple. It's right by a major road that is actually just, I believe, a half hour north of Montreal. So you can get into like society meetings and sanctuary stuff pretty easy. It's pretty close. It's not quite the burbs, but it's kind of close there. And also, unfortunately, a downside is because there has been barely any death here, and just very kind of like recent cremated remains, that there's not a particularly strong death presence. So you don't think you would get like a lot of like help from the death presence here. Not in the way you would in the other places. So that is the choice Cal will have to make. Most expensive, middle, but technically still fairly cheap, and then very inexpensive. Ones that are pretty far from the neck of the woods she needs to be in, ones that are pretty close, ones that are pretty noticeable, and ones that are pretty secret, ones that have a lot of death magic to feed on, and ones that have very little. And ones that you're going to have to do a lot of work for, and ones that you're not. Lots of choices. And you don't have to make those choices by next session, because it will still probably be like the same day. But yeah, it is something I want you to be thinking about, because you do genuinely need to make this choice as a player. And it will determine what happens in Season 2.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you finish the tour and head back to Charlene's office. She offers everyone a pet from Fifi before you leave, and is slightly confused when I'm pretty sure no one but Metal takes her up on it. And then you head out and head back to the sanctuary. It's getting towards like early evening now. I think we will do the rest of this day as like downtime when we start next session. Just if there's anything you want to do really fast at the end of today, we can cover that. Otherwise, we will be starting on the morning of Saturday. Metal's appointment with her sensitive, and May's first day of work. And perhaps more mysteries to solve.
Mm-hmm. Last thing that I would like to do is that, returning to the sanctuary, Fish, catches Cal and goes, "The mine, no question. Sorry that the old man yelled at you. It really sucked. I'm never going to be nice to you ever again. And I don't care that you're leaving." and they walk
Wow.
away.
Wow.
Would Calvin roll any sort of insight on that to to realize it's the equivalent of being like punched in the arm?
On opposite day. I don't care about you on opposite day. I think that's up to Ink. How
think-
obvious do you think this is? What Fish is doing?
When they're talking about the mine, it's serious. Okay, serious business. Just have the mine, and then I'm genuinely sorry about the traumatic events of the day, and I don't give a single shit about you. Bye.
I think you can get. I think Cal can get a little bit of that just without rolling, or roll an insight check and try and get better than that.
Choose not to roll. Is May there?
Yeah.
Yeah. When Fish runs off like, you suck. Cal gestures at where they were and says, case in point.
I must admit that is bizarre behavior.
Yeah, that
Not
was
for them.
a little bit for them. They are a little weird around you.
They're affectionate towards metal, and they had
That's true.
a whole entire complex about Isle, and now they've translated that complex over to Sarah. But that is about average for me, and honestly, it's what I've learned to expect by now.
May is just like,
Yeah, whatever. Sure.
all right.
Why not? Yeah. You don't need to sell me that this is your mortal enemy. You're trying a little too hard.
Yeah,
It's weird.
May's like, you guys, you got something going on. Something's not right here. Anyway.
I, as Metal, was thinking like, yeah, then transferred that complex over to Cal, over to Sarah. What? Oh yeah, that's right.
And then I guess May were like,
Metal is like, yes, mom and dad. It was Isle and Fish, and now it's the same Kekino logic. Now it's Cal and Fish. Wait, what? They don't think that? Oh, that's weird.
Oh well.
I feel like May at this point will like clap Cal on the back, not too hard, but friendly like pat. And the same to Metal and be like, right, well, I'm going to go get settled into my room. And then she will go off to her room, and I'm happy to do this next session. But basically, she's going to check it for like hidden symbol shit.
Give me a symbol check.
That was 19.
19. Wow.
I'm starting to think I need to check my dice, Patrick, because they're rolling too well.
Yeah, they're loaded.
Yeah.
You're cheating. With a 19, you look through it. There is some symbols within the walls that are just there's like power to the lights, which are triggered by switch that are magically caused. There's some like anti-corrosion symbols you can see like on the pipes and in the walls and things like that. There's just a decent amount of like mundane everyday magic. You can see some very new symbols carved right up near the ceiling that are like symbols of vibration detection, which may be because the sanctuary was attacked through the earth recently. And then with a 19, let me roll. With the 19 for a minute, you think there might be like something with the mirror in your room, just being like, oh, the wiring for the power disappears behind the mirror, and oh no, that's an access hatch. Okay, got it. Um, and yeah, there's nothing overly kind of uh, threatening or interesting here.
Okay. In that case, I guess reassure that she's not that she's worried about hiding anything, but she's suspicious of the sanctuary. I'm satisfied that she's not being perved on, essentially. She unpacks in full. And I will say, like, when she's taking out her stuff, lingers over Cinna's standing stone and is like, no, I'm not going to be that person. And it's like, I get ready to go with her papers or something.
I had it in his pocket. Now it smells like him. I had it in the pocket of his jacket.
She does not do that. Jesus. I guess then she'll spend the rest of the evening like reading over her notes from the ruins, maybe like reviewing them properly, and that's about it.
Yeah, that sounds good. Preparing for her day tomorrow.
Mm.
One thing I realized that I explained and explored with the others, but never with you, Ellie. So one thing that May would notice, probably didn't notice on the first trip into the sanctuary, definitely like became aware of it on subsequent trips. There are tons of mirrors here, mostly in the halls. There is a giant like floor to ceiling mirror, like every maybe 15 feet or so in the main halls, which is bizarre, and you can tell there's symbol magic in them. But if you ask the others, they would tell you that it was a part of, and now this is like, if you ask, the characters might tell you this, but I'm going to tell you, Ellie, above the table. In the first few sessions, the first session really, when the sanctuary was attacked, these mirrors are part of a security system because Crown was like, I used to do some mirror magic back in the day. I guess I can try and dig this out to use this. It's supposed to be a security system for the sanctuary in case of like major incursion like this, where essentially these mirrors will have like stored reflections of the people who walk by it day to day, and then they will step out as like additional fighters to fight off intruders. It very unfortunately did not even kind of work. A bunch of like half-formed fighting reflections that couldn't do anything like slumped their way out of the mirrors. Some of them dissolved instantly. Some of them like couldn't do anything or couldn't fight. And there was a conversation between Crown and Fish early on. One of the reasons Fish got interested in symbol magic was Crown basically fixing it afterwards, being like, this was the first real test and it sucked. But being like, yeah, you know, for my thing when I was younger was trying to break the barrier to be like, make reflections able to use magic. But that's absolutely not going to happen here. I've worked for so long and it's not going to happen. So I feel like, you know, I've gotten really close to making reflections that can like act independently and attack people, and you know, have like the like weapon skills of the people they're reflecting, and that's kind of like the security thing, is like theoretically if like an army invaded, you're not just having like copies of the mages step out, you're also having copies of the army that's there, so it's like proportional response to whatever is invading. But it didn't work. So, you know, that is for you, Ellie, and then maybe May gets that from the others. But that's why there's mirrors everywhere.
Cool.
I think with that, we will bring this session to a close and start first thing on Saturday.
Yes. This is the point in the timeline where Fish goes, I'm just gonna forget that I saw the blonde hair.
Yeah. Actually, if you want to do a really quick scene, this should be about the time that Fish is finishing their treatment to restore their soul. It should be the last night of the treatment.
Oh, great.
As
you can do that real quick.
As you head into Dr. Kett's office, it just gives you like a, hello, Fish.
Hey.
As always, come in, sit on the table, and I'll get set up for you.
Mm-hmm.
It just like, it's rote by this point. It just like sets up a machine that makes some sort of magical tether to you, and you just kind of have to sit still for like 15 to 20 minutes, which sucks. But
magic chemotherapy.
yeah, Dr. Ket has started like, because you're so clearly bored, has been like explaining more of the process to you and some kind of like symbol magic used in medicine in some kind of way. And as he's working here with you, there's a little bit of a knock at the door, and it's a medical lab. The door's mostly kept open if they're not doing like private procedures. You see at the door Grand Mage Crown, and shadowing behind him one of his minders, one of the Cedrics.
Hmm.
Oh,
Fish nods in acknowledgement. Yeah.
and he steps into the room. He says, "Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I was just told that I could find young Fish here. If that's all right with you, Doctor."
Uh,
Yes.
what can I help you with? I've completely forgotten like what Fish called Crown. As in like, the bit that they did.
Yeah, I mean, I also realized like Crown never knew Fish's name because you called yourself
They
something
introduced themselves
different.
as John something. Doesn't matter. What can I do for you? Former Grand Mage Crown deliberately puts the former in there.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't seem to notice, and he's a little scattered, but he seems kind of okay. He's just like, "Oh, I was working with our wonderful Arcanist on the machinery, and well, something went wrong, and I have to assume that the diagram was wrong, because if they wanted to do it that way, why would they draw it using that notation? Anyway, something broke, and the Arcanist asked me to step out for the rest of the evening, but Arcanist Gove, he's such a kind man. And it seems like he looks out for you. He was talking about teaching you symbols, and he asked me to come in and hopefully teach you a few things whenever he is busy and I am free, if that's all right with you.
Sure. As long as, you've got your necessary people around.
Necessary people. Oh, well, I mean, of course, Dr. Ket is here to work on you. Doctor, you know some symbol magic? Yes, I do. I think I think I can help. I've been teaching Fish some things recently.
Don't sell yourself short, Doc. You're really good at it.
Oh, well, thank you. And of course,
Fish is still kind of angling to sleep with the Doc.
Yeah. No. Give me an insight check.
Sure. Okay, 4.
They are just such a medical professional. It's like you can keep trying, but it's just like against a brick wall.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Well, get a better insight check next time.
No, that's Fish's reaction. Like,
yeah. You do see that the minder has stepped into the room and has planted herself against the wall and does not seem to be making any move to leave. So it seems like she probably got spoken to about her role and is taking it a little more seriously. But yeah, if you accept it, Crown is just going to start showing you some simple stuff.
Keeping in mind what Cal experienced today, Fish still accepts.
Okay. Crown seems a little scattered. Every once in a while, he's like showing you something, and then he's like, "Oh, no, that's not right," and he scratches it out and rewrites it somewhere else. And Dr. Cat is also kind of looking and is like, "Oh, I don't recognize this symbol." Um. Oh, okay. It's interesting. Oh, and you do it this way. Okay. All right. Sure. And he mostly helps you with something you've been struggling with, something Dr. Ket was showing you that wasn't quite clicking symbologically, and Crown shows you like an entirely different way of formulating functionally the same spell. And that's when your kind of life transference spell kind of clicks for you, and you've got those symbols kind of memorized. Um, he gives you he goes over he like repeats some basics that Goph taught you, but is clearly going at it in a more structured way than Goph was. So there is a lot that Goph didn't cover that's still like kind of fundamentals. But yeah, he just very like patiently works with you for a while and seems genuinely kind of excited that you have this interest in simple magic and that he can teach you. You know, not unfortunately the vibe he had with Cal at all, and not a lot of anger in his confusion this time. Go ahead and give me a symbol check.
Not 20.
Nat 20.
Yeah, thanks,
Okay.
Ellie. You did that for me.
Okay. Well, I definitely had ideas for what was going to happen if that wasn't a nat 20. Now let's
I'm
adjust.
so sorry. We can say it
No,
was
that's
we
totally
can-
fine. I was going to say this is how this situation here is how you get up to your final +0 symbol magic. I am now going to
Mhm.
amend that. You now have +1 to symbol magic. Um,
It's very
and
nice. Thank you.
and with a nat 20, um, um, with a nat 20, you're looking at this. You're looking at this older mage, seen a lot of the world, seen a lot of the war, and clearly suffered for it. And you remember what he said the first time that you met, that mages like you are the future of mage society, essentially. And that's something that probably stuck with Fish. Um, but he just
Something else that sticks with Fish is the soundbite of Crown screaming at Cal that Kakano recorded and transferred directly into their brain.
No, exactly. It probably feels like it feels awful of just being like, I'm getting this really good tutoring and I'm starting to maybe kind of like this guy, and then I'm catching myself and being like, oh god, he was so cruel to Cal, and then kind of like turning around to, oh, that's so interesting. Oh, remember how mean he was to Cal. And I think that kind of wars within you a little bit as you learn. Um, as this, older mage teaches you, he's really getting into the flow of it and teaching you some things. Um, and he rolls up his sleeves, and you see just the pattern of swirling and changing symbols he has tattooed on him. Um, most of which you don't recognize. Some of them you do, but they look different. They look, maybe wrong in some ways, or they're like a different style than you learned, or something like that. They're like close enough that like it's bothering you, but not like, oh, oh, that's totally off. Um, And then you can see that, with the scars on his arms and creases and wrinkles, that maybe these don't have kind of the magical oomph they once had, but he works with you. And I'm going to say with that nat 20, in addition to the +1 for symbol magic, we are also going to do a slight alteration to your life transference spell, which will make it a little bit better. As Crown really helps build something for you in a way you understand, in a way that clicks for you, that maybe symbol magic never quite has before. Fish has always been able to kind of like find the parts that interest them and kind of like brute force the rest, or just get lucky on the rest. And this is the first time you've probably done something that was like really base level basic and was like, I understand and am enjoying this. Maybe for the first time you're like, it's not just what symbol magic can do that interests me. I might actually like symbol magic. And I think that is where we end for the evening, as we pull back from this kind of nice but it's somewhat melancholy scene of you learning. All right. I'm going to give you a choice for your life transference spell.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it is. Right now, the spell effect is that you do 48 necromantic damage to yourself, and then a creature heals twice that number of hit points. I will give you the choice of, you are allowed to slightly downcast it, which means you can make the spell 1 point cheaper, and instead it will be 3d8 necrotic damage, which may help you survive that damage more with your low health, and makes it a little bit easier to cast. Or alternatively, it stays at 48, and the amount of hit points restored will increase. It will essentially be twice plus like 6. Plus, actually, I need to do the statistics on this. Probably not 6, probably 5. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, the math works out. +5. It'll be double +5, which just makes it a little better. And yeah, you don't have to decide now. That's just something to think about.
Mm-hmm. Ellie, what's May's health?
Hang on, let me bring it back up. I just noticed Kiln. I think it's 40 something now.
Yeah.
I have 39.
I'll have a good thing.
39, yes.
And I will also say, with that, Fish is fully up to max health again. All the damage from Jonas is gone. Which you have written down what your full health is supposed to be, but I believe it was like 23 or something.
24.
24.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of the problem with this spell for Fish, is like it doesn't have to be particularly high rolls to fully drop them from full health.
Jesus. Is that even including the recent level up?
Before the level up, there were 22, I believe, and then it turned to 24.
Let me
Goodness
break out
gracious.
my dice statistics thing here. Let's see. 8. Okay, 24 health total. There is about a what's that? About a 80 about an 80% chance to 85% chance that at full health, life transference will not kill them. will not bring them down instantly, which is good.
Not
It's
great.
still, but to 20% still kind of high.
Yes.
20% still kind of high for a combat spell. Yeah, so that's just a choice for you to make, whether you want it a little bit easier on you or a little bit better for everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you for the session, everyone. I don't know
Thank
if
you.
our food is ready or not, but I do think it is time to say goodbye to Craig.